All right. Okay. Arknights. Arknights, and as the title says, I need to finish the story today. Otherwise, I'm going to miss it for the next few months. And I can't have that. Today is the last day of the event. I have been trying to run the stages so I can finish this whole thing before it ends, but I'm going to be honest, not entirely sure if I will be able to. Well, at the very least, I will be able to complete most of them. Let me set up my chat. Oh god. Oh fuck. I forgot to to recharge my phone. Alright. Okay, you know what? I have no way to recharge my phone. So it's going to be just 26% battery and a dream. Hopefully my cell phone will survive until the end of the stream. How's the audio? It's fine. It's fine. What's the plan for today's stream? Finish the story. Finish the story, the whole thing in one go. Hopefully, this is not going to make the stream super long for me. Because today, I will have to receive some people at my house, and I just hope they don't come back during the stream. Also, today I might not leave much commentary because I am fearful of how long this is going to take to finish reading the story. So I'm going to try to keep my commentary to a minimum. Alright, no more stalling. MP9 interpretation. The true face of the law was nothing like what his faithful, his guardians, or his questioners imagine. Gonna continue from the massive cliffhanger that I finished last stream on. You have brief disappearing. I mean, how much important is that? Like, sorry. Loosen up that trigger finger, Yamera. I get the impression that scowls stuck on your face until you get to fire off a few grenades. Thinking about that disgusting dream just makes me even angrier. Too bad it wasn't entirely a dream. Look over there, way in the distance. The shrine of nurture is still there. Let's go, Mostima. To the hospital. Doesn't matter if what just happened was a dream or not. We need to make sure that the fact that I am the first person you thought of really means something to me, Fiamera. Oh, that was Lemon. Sorry. I thought it was Undoing. Lemon? I'm so glad you're alright. How are your legs? A little sore? Oh, what happened? Sorry. I was running all over that dream until I was that tired. Getting to sit down is a treat. Alright, the two of you can relax now. What the hell is going on here? It was only my second day after being created Cardinal, and I was headed to the office like usual. It might have been the moment I stepped out of the front door, or maybe when I saw the shrine. I can't really say when I left reality. It all happened so naturally. What is it, Fiamera? Oh, look at the drip now. Salvate, everyone. You're still keeping... What are you up to wearing that? A friend kept it for me. You have a very kind junior, Yamera. She told me this wasn't something to just throw away. Perhaps today I will finally reach my destination. To be clothed in these vestments, as I do so, may be fate at work. Why you? Anduin has an important role to play. Resolving your existing disputes is not a priority. It's been a while, Federico. I know who you are and how you like to get things done. And I know that according to the Curious rules, saints have the highest authority in emergency situations. But please, give us a little time. Please, keep it brief. Have something to say, Arturia? No? Alright. The last time the four of us got together like this was that fateful mission, wasn't it? It's been 10 years. We reached the underground palace. Yamera got a distress signal from another team and went to go help them, while Anduin was revising our tactics at the entrance. We laughed as we shared the last of the chestnut scones. An old habit of our team. I remember the day well. Oh god, how's the... Okay, raise it a little bit more. There we go. We were so happy back then. I thought those days would never end. Nobody could have imagined what would come next. You caused all this, Anduin, but you still refuse to tell the truth, or at least repent. Our brief time together may have been one of life's accidents. But it was a precious one. I ruined it in a way I did not foresee. I understand how deeply you treasured that time, Fiamera. Your love burned so hot. It synced the hearts of those around you. I always wanted to thank you for one thing. You are the one who taught me how to love Laterano. But at the same time I knew I would hurt you and destroy what you cherished, what you so cherished. I am a villain. It would be just for you to hate me. You're trying to piss me off, Anduin. Whether or not I hate you is for me to decide, not you. I understand that, and I am grateful for it. I am fortunate to have made a friend like you. Go do what you need to do. But remember, I won't forgive you. I never will. These two are taking you to the Basilica, right, Anduin? It is I who is taking them, Lemuel. Which means you're still determined to walk this path? Of course I am. Will it be dangerous? Unknown might be the better word. Have you ever thought of stopping? Whether I am the captain who attacked you or an arrogant, naive nurturer in a dream. My doubts, my fixations, my mistakes. They have all led me here. I cannot stop. Alright then. It's hard to call Lateran a paradise the way it is now. That monster running rampant across the city, those strange things she reared wandering all over the place. Nobody really knows what's going on, or what will come next. The three of us need to work out a way to solve these issues and find Elle, who is gone missing. As for you, your wounds look rather serious. You might die, Anduin. We might die. I know. We have talked about Rocamarea, about its bell tower and its rainy nights, about the mute child you buried in Sargon, about the miner's frozen legs you had to amputate in Ursus. You told me about all sorts of places, and I remember them all. I always pitied you. I understood many of your opinions, and I never disagreed with you, but I could never truly understand you. I was much the same for you. We are both clear on that matter, just as you know how grateful I am for your pity. Well, I am a Lateran, aren't I? That is where you shine the brightest. I will always remember how you taught me to shoot a gun. Speaking of, where is that gun now? I left it in Laterano. Many years ago, it was your final mission with our team of commandos. Even if nothing had happened, you would still have left. Which means these words came a little late, is all. Right. It's been far too long since that day, and I'm glad of it. Gratitude is blame no longer hang. Gratitude and blame no longer hang so heavy. Well then. Farewell, Anduin. Lemwen speaks no further. Mostima goes up to her wheelchair, looking Anduin square in the eyes. I know what you're about to say. No need to thank me. Farewell, Captain. Fiamira looks at Anduin, then at her two friends. She stays silent. Farewell. Cardinal Lemwen, there are some tasks I must assign to the three of you. You doing alright, Fiamira? I'm fine. Fiamira, this thing might involve me, but I know it's not only my problem or Anduin's. These past 2 years have taught me that. Yeah, should really learn that too. Alright, enough about that. Right now, if what Federico says is true, the most important thing is to act quickly. Good thing there's no arms control in real time. I can blast those monsters as soon as I see them. I'll cover you, just like the old days. Wait a second, Lemwen. Federico just said that Sanctus who attack them will fall. Falling's no walk in the park, trust me on that. About half of the people awake in the city are Sanctus. Without their numbers, we won't be able to stop such a large procession. Unless... we add in those fallen angels and Erari Federico mentioned. Wait, he said they were pretty emotionally charged and didn't know what they were up to. Not to mention that he's only got temporary command over them. Not like we need steady nerves or pure intentions to help out. Relax, I'll handle them. I'm a fallen angel too, and I have spent lots of time outside of Laterano. You got any better choices for Angel Wrangler? It still won't be enough. The situation on the road from the Shrine of Nurtury to the Basilica is too complex. We need to get administrative permissions for the roadside facilities along the way ASAP. I'll head back to the 7th Tribunal for a bit. By yourself? Don't trust my wheelchair skills? You make me mad. Quick, let her rub your ear tufts a bit. Since the two of you have everything planned out, what else is there for me to add? Let's split up, teammates. We have to go now, children. Hugo, I hope you take care of our new Sancta friends, alright? Yes, sister. Where did Senor Nurturer go? Did he stop caring about us? He just has go to handle a few things for a little while. Think about it. We don't know each other very well, so if he didn't promise me he would come back, why would I agree to take care of you? Oh, you're right. Right? Would you like to hear the story of how the lost Zayadan captured the Castle of Dreams? Or maybe how the Cassig brought gold to marry the Princess of Gaul, but the gold turned to sandstorm, burying Lingons? Huh? That's not what we learned in history class. They are not stories you would hear in Laterano. I can tell them to you while we walk. Here, some bread from Pacha. We haven't eaten since we got into the city. Making up tall tales for children again, Weda? I'm curious. The other Kukulkan members... the other Kukulkan treasure the knowledge of your heads as much as you do? I have never met another of my kind. If I can turn that knowledge into stories for children with a little tweaking, then it means there's still some use for it. Otherwise, it will just be a scattering of pale fragments in my mind. You have a surprisingly flexible mindset. Oh, right. Are you disappointed? About what? You traveled all this way to Laterano, to your holy land, but it wasn't apples and fireworks that welcomed you, or a loving God of universal salvation. Instead, you've got rampaging demons. I am disappointed, but not completely. Have I ever told you how I became a nun, Aurela? Please do. As you know, I wandered all around the Bolivar from a young age. It wasn't hard to survive. My knowledge proved useful on that front. As for my parents, even if I forgot what they looked like, they still managed to fill my head with lots of things. But I couldn't understand the more complicated parts. They pointed to the black flow, the far edge of the sea, the depths of the dunes of gold, even the space beyond the stars. They spoke of race after race, secret after secret. Not a good fit for a place like Bolivar. Which is why I hated them, Aurela. Everywhere I look, I see soldiers fighting over men and money, artillery firing left and right, and Bolivarians caught in the crossfire. And all I had were pale fragments. Until I was 13, when I met a nun. A band of true Bolivarians guerrillas had robbed her. She was gravely injured, leaning against a rock and close to death. But when I got close, I could hear her singing. Her bandages had fused with her festering wounds. She must have been in so much pain in the final moments of her life, yet she was still so serene. It was a hymn, one that had always been in my mind, one that I had pored over in puzzlement countless times. Abode of our Lord, font of parental love. He punishes evil and drives out injustice. All shall bask in his love, whether they have scars or stones. Until that very moment, when some of those pale fragments took on color and form and came together into something called Laterano. So you took up her habit. I did. Even if paradise is pure and spotless white to me, it cannot compare to the very first time I heard that hymn. Good. Nueda, forget everyone else. Take the kids and follow that Pacha grew. She looks like she knows her way around town. Alright. Wait, you're staying at the Tower of Revelations? But the executor said, a long-since fallen sancta doesn't need to listen to a saint. The night I replied Bolivar, I told you why I wanted to come back. Revenge. I saw that old bastard through my scope just now. He's at the head of the pack. Don't let him go. But we all have our own obsessions when it comes to Laterano, Nueda. Really? Even in front of this whole situation, still seek revenge? Alright. Okay, you go, Aurela. It's strange seeing the Basilica devoid of people. Follow me, please, Arturia. Here it is. The pillars of sculpture. Between these two pillars is a slab engraved with the saint travels. Press the halos on the saint statues in the same order as listed on the slab. Then push this wall. I have reported to His Holiness here many times before, but I never noticed this hidden mechanism. Maybe because you have never doubted Laterano. I hope what you are about to see will not sway your faith. Oh? Looking forward to it already? Anduin followed the Pope down here once. They had passed the buried bones of saints, past steles and statues showcasing their deeds, walked through thousands of years of Laterano before arriving at the end of history. But Anduin suspects his memories are still in disarray. The former white of the corridor is gone, entirely replaced by the door cold sheen of iron. Statues of saints still line the path, but bizarrely shaped lumps of machinery protrude from the walls, engulfing their arms, eyes, and legs. It seems like devils had their way with our history. I thank you for your warning, Anduin, but I have been much more surprised otherwise. No, this place has changed. Anduin furrows his brow. Off in the distance, he sees a red light blinking faintly. He knows what it is. You see that red light? That's where we are going. But we should only be seeing it much further down this corridor. Stay alert. A cloaked guard suddenly appears. The moment he sees Federico, he starts firing. There is no room for negotiation. Alert. Repeat, alert. Intruder sighted. Eliminating on sight. An ear-piercing siren begins to wail, as more and more guards file into the trio's field of view. Their blurry visages hide beneath their cloaks. like spirits in shadow, while their halos shine all the more dazzling. The guards protecting the shrine of nurturing in the dream are now here. That means we are in the right place. Stand behind me. Oh, and we are back into the scene. Alright, okay. What this is about? This isn't a dream. It's obviously still reality, so why did all the color... It's been erased. Priestess. It's quiet here. We won't be disturbed by all the commotion over there. She stands at the corner, looking out across the deathly silence, completely unguarded against you. I don't like it, Kiru. It's perhaps too quiet. But we have no other choice, do we? She's not limiting me, Doctor. Ami's not here. I can't guarantee I can hold her off, but I will do my best. Relax. You're safe. I won't allow you to be disturbed by the chaos the Sanctus caused. Why are you here? I thought we were still locked up in Rhodes Island. That doesn't matter, compared to what's currently on my mind. We're in attack mode. Sorry, Doctor. She might have shown up because of me. I never thought she would catch on to me when I tried to access PCS. Did you cause this calamity? Calamity? I see only the evolution of a species. The pointless struggle of life. Everything happening in Laterano right now is a product of PCS autonomous derivations. All I did was recalibrate it beforehand, returning it to its original purpose. Of course, it has adapted to the progress of the Originium project since. And someone's calling. Fuck me. Hold on a minute. Fuck me, man. Why do I need to get interruptions? Okay, I'll finish this part. And then I'm gonna go down a little bit to grab some things that got delivered here. Fucking damn it, man. Breaking my immersion like this. Speaking of progress, ours has slowed far behind projections, Kiru. Recalibrate? Original purpose? Good to know you haven't lost your curiosity. PCS was an experiment developed using bionics. Though we were never able to understand its true nature, there was also the risk of it disrupting the subject's cognitive functions when used. But in the face of grave disaster, it was still brought into service ahead of schedule. It can reduce barriers of communication and straighten the bonds between individuals, all while maintaining thinking abilities and personality. This offered many benefits to our soldiers and scientists. It has been gathering dust since it was left behind on Terra, but as you know, Kiru, it is still far from operating to its full potential. You mentioned it adapting to the Originium project progress. What connection does it have to the Originium? Don't get excited, Kiru. I'll explain everything. Oh, thank you. Very kind of you, Priestess. However, your new companion seems like she has something to say to you. News, Doctor. I can't find a way out of here. If her goal is still Originium, we might not be in Laterano anymore. This might be the future of Laterano. As keen an intuition as ever, but one that lacks basic knowledge.
This is just a vision of a possible future I conjured up for you using the PCS system. No more time, no more color. A place locked in eternal stasis. It's rare for us to have a chance to walk together, Kiru. Come, leave behind these conflicts that have nothing to do with you. No, you're afraid I will access the PCS system. You didn't expect me to show up here either. I sense hate in your voice. I understand. It's because of AMA 10, your cult set. You left in such a hurry last time. You still have many doubts you have not yet cleared, while I have many conjectures I must confirm with you. Something strange about the way she's acting. Her expression's different from when she was back on the deck. I could try an attack. Throw away those talons. I respect that you have given yourself a name, monster, but I understand your fundamental underpinnings better than you do. If you want AMA 10 back, I can help you, Kiru. You know where to find me. I know what you want to, monster. Don't get taken in by her, monster. This isn't her real body. You always have clung to the connection between matter and reality. Originian is the language we created, so naturally I can use it to make my words heard by whoever I want. It is so for you, and it is so for that machine. In response to me, it propagated, then created an even larger cache to perform a new round of calculations. The machine operates on its installed logic, taking the continuation of itself and its community that has achieved emotional resonance. But, in your haste, you decided that this was an error to be stopped, even though Sanctus regarded it as rejection of the law. Oh, this is still Priestess talking, sorry! Follow me, Kiru. Witness a true crisis with your own eyes. Every department of the Curia has its own offices. The Basilica is merely ceremonial. There should not be such a complex space beneath it. We must perform one final round of testing. You said you went down a one-way passage before, right, Undoing? But we have changed direction 6 times and now we are here again. 7, actually. We head back. The 3 of them return to their former position, a platform on where the white of a church blends with the black of machinery, wantonly streaked with red lights emanating from an unknown source. Disorder, chaos, imbalance, danger. No matter if from an architectural or religious point of view, shape and structure here has lost all meaning. They cannot stop themselves from wondering if they are still in Laterano. Federico and Arturi stop walking at the same time. This is an exceedingly familiar experience. Before they met the Witch King, they wandered an infinite flight of stairs. There's no need to go any further. This is a derived structure that did not originally exist. While I do not know the principles or processes behind it, it has without a doubt warped space here. You are in an incomprehensible maze. He is preventing us from approaching. Who? The god of the Sancta, the answer to everything. Don't expose our position, Father. I don't sense any human emotions coming from them. Are they really Sanctas or are they machines here to tidy up the maze? They are most likely the same as the organisms above ground. If ordinary Sanctas attack them, they will fall. The deeper we go, the more of them there are, and the stronger their empathy becomes. We beat back a wave of them, and that just draws in another. We will end up completely overwhelmed. The procession is moving at a fast pace, and will not need much time to arrive at the Basilica. It is highly unlikely Cardinal Lemwan's team will be able to stop their advance completely. We must learn the entire truth about this calamity. We have wasted too much time already. Perhaps I may be of some use. You are severely wounded. I will leave the patrols to the two of you. But when it comes to pathfinding, I happen to be rather good at that. Light gathers in Anduin's palm. Arts? Thank you, Anduin. You shouldn't go so far, Senor Jame. I didn't see you all day. I only found out you came to the beach after asking around. I just wanted to find something to eat. Didn't think the sea fog would be this thick. Even if there wasn't any fog, pirates roam this part. You shouldn't leave Rocamarea just because you felt like it. At least ask me to come with you next time. Alright. Speaking of, was that your art just now? The fog was so dense, I couldn't even see my own shoes. I thought I would be lost forever, but then a ray of light came by. I thought someone managed to repair the local lighthouse or something. No need to be so dramatic. I am just glad I managed to help you. But, Anduin, I heard your people use guns, custom-made ones. I also heard your homeland, the place called Laterano, is a universal paradise. My Rome is Rocamarea. I was born here and raised here, Senor Jame. Let's go home. I will carry the food. The light parts the dawn mist, and our quarry's line of sight is blocked. I will show the way. Now's your chance, Fiamera. Goddamn. Lemwan, Mostuma, sweep the battlefield. Understood, Captain. Not bad, Anduin. Keeping a trick up your sleeve like that. There's way too many bandits in this gang. Without your art, we wouldn't have been able to resolve things this quickly. It's just an uncautious reaction. It got me and others out of trouble a few times, before I got my guardian gun. Without it, I wouldn't have been able to find Laterano. I nearly forgot you only got your gun the day before you joined the Pontifica cohorts. But you're pretty good with it. Can't tell you have never used it before. It's a part of Lateran's life, isn't it? I should be practiced with it. Besides, I have found out recently guns and halos are what keep Laterano invincible. It doesn't need this glimmer of mine. Talking about that stuff again, Alduin? Sorry. The operation's gone pretty off the rails compared to the original plans from the Pacifica cohorts. Should we write up the details as is? Ah, whatever. I'm sure you'll polish up the final report. But what about the places outside Laterano? How many Rocamareas, how many lonely islands are there beyond the reach of the faith? I cannot forget. I can't see. Anduin? That's what he saw. It is Laterano. Or... No. There is no difference. If through the spiritual light, even the darkness stain can be cleansed. If with a pious heart, even the savage monster can wade out of the mud. Does that not mean there are no lonely islands beyond the reach of the faith? And why is it that all I have seen, everyone I have known, couldn't be saved? There must be something missing, something I overlooked. A path. Not a power, nor a place, but simply a path. A path that leads from present torments to future salvation. If you can show me the future, then you must know the path that leads to it. Tell me. Show it to me. The Colossus of Nothingness swims through the gaps in space-time. It does not respond to Anduin. The details of that strange yet oh so real sight begin to warp and flow with its silence, and everything is smeared with a thick layer of clouds. No. I need to know more. Can you hear what I'm saying, Anduin? But put that thing down. No, Lemwen, you don't know what I saw. I can't stop here. Light bursts forth from Anduin's hand, like a plant rushing headlong into season, blooming as if about to wither. He wants to part the clouds. He wants to see the revelation in all clarity. He wants to grasp onto the possibility. From then on, once more did he set foot on a journey, bearing sin and evil upon his back. He guided foreign believers to Laterano, searching for an answer. But he had no time to share what he saw, the truth that nearly shook him to his core. He had walked so many paths, yet what was the one thing that remained constant? He will always remember that year. The year he saw the salt wind bird his home, and the emotions he bore in his heart as he left Rocamarea. That was the starting point of his journey. The sounds of the executor fighting the patrols do not stop. Anduin does not hold back as he casts his art, an endless fount of light flowing from his body, winding its way into the depths of the maze. Rather than a harsh light, it is gentle, perhaps even dim, like sunlight caressing a patch of autumn leaves, tracing the paths through which they fall. He asks himself, Pathfinder, where does this path end? Until finally, a glaring red light cuts off his art. Once, he saw this alongside Evangelista 11th. Once, he found himself shaken. The light is more icy, more piercing, more dangerous than before. But Anduin does not close his eyes. He knows that Cold Machine is his lord, his God, the foundation of his faith. Anduin faces God. He does not turn away. He has sought and he has lost. He has pondered and he has doubted. A sharp pain runs through him. It only takes a moment for his vision to go dark. But at the same time, he hears God's answer. And that's where I'm going to pause and try to catch the deliveries. Oh yeah. How about you sit here and have fun watching what I did to clear this event? Hopefully it will it will go through. I don't know. I never tried to do an auto on MT9. Have fun. I'll be back soon.
Alright, we pitched the tent. Now we have a base camp from which to go anywhere we please.
I join in the performance at the right section.
That's not a bad scream at all.
That means double their trouble. Divine Judgment! Behold, the confidence.
This battle is by no means out of animosity. A struggle with an ideal to support it is far from meaningless.
Don't underestimate these old bones.
Apple pie!
A shrill howl. That's what happens when you mess up while performing. Can you feel it? The melodious emotions of
Apple pie!
I can do whatever I want, right?
out of my way, or I'll shove your head up this tuba.
I will not fall!
Heal each other to your heart's content.
I'm not the one who will regret letting things get to this point.
I never expected to encounter so many people on this trip.
Mission accomplished.
Did it work? No, it didn't. Fuck me, man. Fuck me, really? God damn. Why though? Why did it not clear automatically? I hope I hope it didn't happen too soon. Oh, just one got away. Okay, it's fine. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Now, MT 9 after. I can only provide first aid right now. Undoing unrestrained usage of Luminance original arts has irreparably damaged your optic nerves. I do not have the ability to heal these injuries. Once conditions allow for it, you need medical treatment. Don't worry. The path ahead has already revealed itself. We don't need eyes to see the way. Follow the cursor running along the ground. This maze is too complex, and I cannot maintain my arts for very long. Let us go. It's here. Even if this is not the source of the calamity, what lies behind the door may be able to give us answers. Follow me, Arturia. Federico does not receive a response. Ever since he caught up with her outside the Shrine of Nurture, she has been exceedingly cooperative. But now, the black-haired Sancta stands several steps behind him, gracefully drawing her bow across her cello strings, with no intention of following him. What are you doing, Arturia? What are you doing? I really do intend to escape this time, Fede. Anduin is hurt, and you are alone. There's no better opportunity than this, is there? You have arrived at the door to the truth, Arturia. You know that your actions lack meaning. Truth? Meaning? Perhaps. You really are the best of the executors. A walking law book, the first saint from outside the ranks of Pope. Truly worth of the code name Executor. Your rationality, your callousness, even the doubts you hold about these two traits of yours are all in service of the continuation of the law. If that is what the Holy City itself is, maybe you're the only one who can understand him. As for you, Senor Anduin, you have to forgive me. It was never part of my plan, but when you were using your arts earlier, I inadvertently touched upon the whispers of your heart. It is complex, more complex than those of many people I know, but not particularly unusual. An overly irreflexible melody leads them to all become adaptations of repetitions of the same tune. They say, your beginning and your end both lie in Laterano. But you may find yourself alone at that point. I beg your pardon if you have taken offense. Arturia, this offense you speak of, was it not a chance for me to perform a different sort of confession? As for those last words of yours, I would rather treat them as a blessing. They stand as proof that I have reached the end. Oh, what an interesting answer. Arturia turns away. Really? Really? Right now?
Not everyone is so obsessed with the truth and meaning behind Laterano. At the very least, I'm not that interested.
Then why the fuck you came all the way here? Arturo, what are you doing here?
I got a little peek at him just now. Behind the door lies a machine, right?
Yes.
In that case, the answer is bound to be boring. Think back to our time in Zwilling's term, Fede. A calamity of similar scale struck the city, and in the chaos the people lost their way and or struggled and raged. At this very moment, there are millions of hearts in Laterano that demand appreciation.
Oh, I see, that's what she means.
If you turn away now, Arturia, it means you will have to face our enemies in this maze alone. You need someone to lure them away, don't you? Your patron firearm is lost. You have no way to defend yourself. Perhaps I can find a way to turn them into my audience. Don't worry about me, Fede. The Lateran did designate me a dangerous element.
Would her music really work on these programs though, I wonder? I thought her art could only influence people that have hearts. Hearts in a figurative sense, of course.
Situation assessment. High risk. Probability of survival. Low. Executor's decision. You may leave. Time waits for nobody, you two. If you don't plan on leaving yourselves, no need to see me off. Well then, farewell, my beloved little brother. All that pontification just to say you want us to go help the Curia? Full marks for listening comprehension. No way. It's not our responsibility, Mostima. If all the people here were kicked out of Laterano by the Curia in the first place, maybe it was because they fell or because of oripathy. As for the other half, they chose to leave Laterano, whether out of despair or doubts. Not that it really matters. Then why come back now? Because our halos start acting weird and breaking. Is that so hard to understand? We are not part of Laterano anymore. Alieni, even. Doesn't matter if you choose to leave or if you were forced to. We all cut our connections with the city. But even after all these years, it changes. It still affects us. And they just never stop. Damn, this stupid Halo, damn it! Sounds like there's no way to resolve all your complaints, even if we got every Notorial Hall executor out here. That's why we came back, to settle things. Did I tell you to save anything? What? My sob story is that I fell during an accident in the line of duty. After that, I became a legatus, mostly so I didn't have to stay in Laterano all the time. I am 100% alienus too. There's no one else who understands you better right now, Amici. Maybe the glitch halos got your seeing Laterano in an extra bad light, spurring you to come back. If you came back out of hate or pain or despair, then you'd better come with me to block that precision. Because the people who caused that hate, that pain, that despair, they are in that crowd over there. Go ahead, use bullets, explosives, whatever. Get your revenge however you like. Just make sure to give them a hard time. You're all talk, Mostima. Drat, you found me out. But something's got to be done. Besides, you're already here, aren't you? Hey, Nueda. Yes? Keep going down this alley, then find an empty house and hold up in. It's not a good idea for a lone nun and a bunch of kids to run around the place. This place is a decent distance from where the Precisions had it. Monsters probably won't come running here. Are you and your friends also going to help save Laterano, Pacha? Us Pathfinders aren't that novel. But our leader is chosen to wade into the depths of this disaster. We can't exactly sit back and watch, can we? They told us the place he was going wasn't suited for numbers. So we will do what we can out here. As for you, sister, I will protect the children, no matter if they are from Laterano or Bolivar. Oh, these things are still roaming around. These freaks started chittering like mad the moment the tower's big bell stopped ringing. It's pissing me off. I don't care what your sales pitch is. I don't want a stupid halo. They just keep coming. They just keep coming. Where this fox? Just keep coming and coming. You got 3 seconds to get out of there, Fiamera. 3 seconds? Hey, how am I? How was that? Got you in the nick of time. You think everyone can go as fast as you, or something? Never mind. The situation's up ahead is a complete mess. Even the Tower of Revelation's bell has gone silent. We have lost Pagos Ecclesia. They'll be in Pagos Michaelian soon. If that monster can flatten one of our barricades with a single stump, I don't think the Notorious Hall defenses will be much use. Blocking them's no good. If we can't use more destructive methods, we might not be able to slow them down at all. Agreed. So, where are your reinforcements? Let's get moving, Amici. I'm sure you have all been to Michaelium before. Might have been for the Firearms Workshop, might have been for the Notorial Hall. The last thing many of your fallen angels did before getting kicked out of Lateran was probably handing over your Guardian gun to the authorities. Then you would have seen those gun-tooting statues around the doors of every workshop. Come to think of it, the Notorious Hall got a pair of cannons at theirs. Wait, we don't have the right permissions to use those statues to fire. That's something for Lemon to solve. Alright, get those statues knocked over and their guns pointed at the streets. Let's make up for all those gunshots we haven't heard over the years. Did this really work? No, it doesn't seem like it does. Holy smokes, your skin can stop bullets? Talk about thick skins. Man, an entire volley didn't even scratch you. Last time I felt like this, I was gaming with the boss. He went around back and cranked the difficulty up to max. Couldn't clear it even after spending all night on it. Sure was discouraging. Discouraging? Hardly. What I see is that your attitude and emotions are unaffected by the shattering of your halo. Stand atop my shoulder, child. Huh? From the Tower of Revelations to the Notorial Hall in Pegasus Michaelium, every lamp along the road has lit up. Our newborn comrades are bringing light to the city, little by little. like our journey countless eons ago. For the sake of true paradise, we crossed treacherous ravines and traversed barren wastes, searching for the slumbering Silver Mount. The only difference is that this time, we are certain He is there. Salvation is our inevitable endpoint. Laterano shall never fall into night. To move onwards is the only choice the city has now. Yet, you still wish to resist an entire precision, an entire race, an entire city by yourself. I finally get to hear life's most relaxing sound. Now this is Laterano. Say, if I really am on my own, then where did that explosion come from? I might not know who I'm fighting alongside, but I will leave the monster hunting to them. As for what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna keep your company the whole way through. What exactly is Calamity? What exactly is the future? And why exactly have you decided what you're doing is salvation, or the only choice? Going to help her? No need. She's just dealing with a stillborn child who's stopping the procession from advancing. Mustima and Fiamera have banded together with a group of fresh returnees. As for Anduin and Federico, we don't know where they are or their group are. Yeah. Once more must I stand against those I hold dear. Life is such a fickle thing. Reverend Patrician? Just focus on your own work, Veleve. I have managed to build a rapport with the enlightened creatures, and I have shown them our roots. Our empathies become stronger and more distinct. Most like it's not even empathy anymore. If it is as the matriarch, no. The saint said, then this is what empathy should really be. Which means what she showed us before was true. Calamity really does exist, and only through these extreme methods can Laterano be saved. But right now, the dream has collapsed, after all. This chaos is only temporary. Continue onwards, we can no longer be stopped. We must ensure the saint reaches the basilica. That way she can continue with the nativity after it was so rudely interrupted. We still have time to make an even better Laterano, to take care of everything that stands in our way. Man, they are still going to help the matriarch. I thought that by the collapse of the dream, these two at least would still... Are they really on board with the idea of the saint, or somehow they are still being influenced by it? I wonder. What is it? It's been a while, you old bastard. You better stop right there. I have your throat in my sights. A while indeed, Aurela. In the deepest depths of the basilica, at the end of the labyrinth, the final door opens wide for Federico and Anduin. Behind the door, a cold machine, shaped like a ring, sits in the dead center of a platform. A strange red glare seeps out of its innards, sweeping across every inch of the room, accompanied by an audible buzzing. Sure signs of calculation. Your Holiness. Beneath the platform, the old man stands in silence. He stands with his eyes shut tight, his robes covered in a thick layer of dust. There is no reaction as the pair approach, not the slightest hint of movement from him, as if he were an unseen, unhearing rock. But his cracked, peeling lips still quiver. He mumbles to himself, yet cannot utter a single sound. The sitting Pope, Evangelista 11th, stands silently before God. Clear signs of aphasia and neurodegeneration. Preliminary judgment. His Holiness' body and mind are on the brink of collapse. But the ring covering the city has crumbled. Why is he not awake? Maybe he came here for the same reason we did. He just hasn't found the answer he's looking for yet. Interactive Simulation 31 failed. Prior emergency response mechanisms expired. Retrieving suitable list of names. Evangelista 11th expanded. Federico Diallo Anduin Oh my god, your fucking name, Anduin. Your surname sucks, you know that. Agatangelos. Signal. Stable. Judgment. Able to assist in bringing the transfiguration to completion. Suitable? Does it have something to do with your tile of saints? But why me then? Suitable candidates are particular individuals suited for on the edge of the calculation model. Required as samples for participation in interactive simulation to verify model integrity. His Holiness discussed my sainthood with me several times. He never elaborated on the details. Perhaps he was also unsure as to what the true duties of a saint are. But if the law sees us as suitable candidates, entrusting us with a specific duty, then saint or not, we are now responsible for it. Interact Simulation Authorization released. Bottom level data region authorization released. PCS authorization released. Permission to enter granted. Federico Diallo Anduin Agatangelos. PCS will synchronize any necessary prerequisite information with you. Now, approach. The machine's voice echoes around the room. It is steady, unwavering, untarnished by emotion or gender. Yet, it still contains an indescribable sense of might and authority. Now that I have come this far, do I still seek answers from him? Maybe he seeks answers from us, since we are particular individuals, his samples. Situation assessment, unknown. Risk assessment, unknown. Executor decision. We proceed. The two sanctas walk side by side, past Evangelista 11th, towards the cold machine, towards two shining ports. They are going to enter the Matrix. They are going to enter the Matrix. I wonder exactly how. I wonder if the priestess is going to do anything else here. Or maybe right now she has unlimited power. Okay, anyway, I shouldn't keep stalling like this. MT10. Birth. Let me lower the volume. Just to be sure. Okay. The infant severs the umbilical cord connecting it to God. determines to be born as a human with all the ugliness, transience, and suffering that entails. Go. There is no complicated ceremony, no tedious process to undergo. Federico looks at the frigid information port. All it takes is a flicker of his halo to reveal an infinity of sight. Halos can transfer this much information this quickly. Neither medical text nor ancient scripture have ever described this phenomenon. From antiquity, halos have only ever transferred simple emotions through the process we call empathy. Why is that? Interaction target information handling capacity insufficient. Pre-interaction information conversion required. Performing information conversion during interaction may cause damage to information processor of interacting targets, leading to temporary and/or permanent disability. Anduin Agatangelos is currently in this condition. Federico looks to his side. Anduin is slumped to the floor in dismay, his eyes clouded. Dried rivulet of blood frame his features in a worrying manner. For a moment, he struggles to lift his head, once more pointing his halo at the port. And once more, he feebly hangs his head. Anduin, according to this machine, or rather, the law, you cannot handle any further information. And your prior overuse of original arts has already had an adverse effect on your body. You are to stop attempting to access the machine immediately, before you cause permanent damage to yourself. Jesus Christ, he's not doing fine at all. I know the description said he was in a pretty bad condition, but seeing it myself is a completely different thing. More information. No, I still haven't seen anything. I still don't know anything. But it should not be. Why? This past 10 years, all this suffering, all these sins, was it all just to meet with a silent god? I can't stop here, Federico. Once more, Anduin Agatangelos stubbornly raises his halo towards the machine. The child. Is this yet another dream? It is not. The law would not construct a dreamscape for you alone. Federico chose to communicate with the law in its own language. While you cannot understand it, nor are you willing to accept such an impersonal talk. It is you who, word by word, line by line, translated this language into what we see now. Sorry, I just thought it would be fun to give it a slightly deeper voice to the to the harbor beast over here, the Antichrist, as I personally call it. If this is not a dream, then why are you still alive? Because you wanted me to leave, nurturer. I set off that bomb myself. You were there. Not only did you want me to live, you had great expectations of me. You hoped I would live a happy life. You hoped I would break through the dome of the shrine of nurture, that I would fly up and touch the sky. You hoped to see my feathers shine in the sunlight, to see my talons clasp frolicking musk beasts. You looked up the tallest tree in terror on the intercity net, didn't you? You thought that, since I am an arbor beast, I would much rather climb a real tree than comfort bells. I did, atop the mountains of Sami and amidst the forest of Bolivar. The great trees straight out of legends, stouter than the Tower of Revelations, taller than the Basilica. I really did think that, bringing you to see them on the net, I saw other arbor beasts up in the canopy crying out the sun. I wanted to see you cry out in carefree joy, just like them. Where did things go wrong from there? When did you stop treating me as a real life? You know, don't you? The funeral. My mother's funeral. No matter. Come with me. This time, we shall leave behind no regrets. What do you mean? Is the funeral still going on? The funeral shall never end. He is unresponsive. Is he suffering from the same condition as the Pope? Negative. Undoing Agatangelus is still suitable and is currently pre-processing information. Federico Giallo, prerequisite information synchronization complete. Now, assist in bringing the transfiguration to completion. Federico has expressed doubt, has even been shaken by past events, but he has never once questioned the law. After all, saints implemented the law, while executors enforce it, as is right and good. But now, facing the law itself, he feels only confusion. I still have doubts. The ultimate purpose of the law is to grant halos to all organic and inorganic matters. This I know. But choosing the Summit of Nations as the method of achieving this, is this the decree of the law? Affirmative. It's far too inefficient, and its feasibility is questionable. The summit was meant to found a terra-wide religion, something unprecedented in the civilized history of this land. Mere proposals, negotiations, and revelations of miracles will be insufficient to achieve this. Not to mention that according to the information I just received, the moment the very first Sancta received their halos, they abandoned their TCAS mission without the slightest hesitation. If my understanding of the halo is correct, bestowing one on an individual is completely unrelated to their faith. The Summit of Nations, the Nativity, these may both be based on an unnecessary precondition. I must confirm, what is the true nature of the halo? And what is the law, or rather, the self-designation of PCS? PCS, Personality and Cognition Synchronization System. That confirms it. My understanding is correct. Since the law is able to synchronize personalities and knowledge, why not simply synchronize everything directly? First, Synchrostellar Habitable Zone Autonomous Technology Operation Convention. The synchronization or revision of personality, or cognition must be initiated by the target accepting said synchronization or revision. I see, so they can just simply force it to people. There is some consent that needs to be had beforehand. Convention. A form of regulation. Is the law restricted by any other regulations? Who established this convention? What mechanisms ensure it is followed? The ability to enforce this convention no longer exists. A regulation that nobody can enforce is pointless. A law unrestricted by this regulation should be able to ignore principles and break taboos. Which means I still require an answer. Why were halos used only for empathy before all this? The answer I obtained earlier was that a majority of humans' rationality are unable to withstand the direct transmission of information via halo. But using emotion as the vector of information transfer is even more vague and inefficient, while also being greater burden on the receiver. Is there a possibility that the issue isn't people lacking the ability to receive information, but rather... Federico pauses for a moment. But rather, that emotion blocks their ability to process this information. If the law that regulates everyone is a system, a machine, why does he choose to retain humanity's emotions? Why retain our humanity? We've been walking a very long time now. We have only started. Normally, a man would hope for his journey to be a little longer. But nothing's changing as we walk. Patience. You'll be seeing something familiar very soon. As if in response to the arborist beast's words, a shabby cart bearing a tin coffin shudders as it passes by the side of the road. The wind playing a mournful dirge as it blows across the coffin's lid. That coffin, I have seen it before. A sarcastic old hero was buried in it. I have told many people this story. I still remember that he gave up his life to save everyone in town. Even though before he did so, he was a dirty, filthy drunkard, spurned by all. You didn't stay in that village for very long. You never knew that whenever he drank, he would go about the houses in turn, vomiting over their doors, all while never paying his debts. Even if he had borrowed the life savings of others, people would scream things like moron and lowlife at him. But in his eyes, he was getting off lightly. When you told this story to the children, did you ever wonder why he so abruptly decided to do such a noble deed that night? A deed the likes of which he had never done before in his entire life. I never figured out why. Perhaps he had undergone an endless bout of inner struggle and self-questioning, or maybe it was just the urge for a bit of goodwill he couldn't shake. All I know is that he didn't do it to be a hero. He died, after all. It doesn't matter if we sing his praises, look at him with scorn, or even forget about him. None of that changes anything about him anymore. Those only have meaning for the living. True. Good or bad, reputation is beyond the care of the dead. But isn't the process of going to your death also a part of life? Those who do not fear death can do the most hideous things. During their most carefree days, rare is the man who will stop to examine himself, for his eyes are fixated on a future filled with limitless possibility. But there will come a day that the fog of death ambushes him, a fog that cannot be thrown off, no matter how he struggles. And there will come a day that he will, in exhaustion, accept the fact that the remainder of his time will be his journey to the afterlife. From that moment onwards, to live is to approach death. That rainy night, that dirty, filthy sarcastic drunkard, when he saw that coffin atop the cart, and the figure at the town gates. He knew that was his one and only chance to approach death with some dignity. To him, it was not vanity, but relief. Perhaps so, but there are always people who do not look towards their deaths. Are there? Not you, at the very least. Otherwise, you would not value a funeral so. You once told me in all earnestness that my mother gave the last of her strength to me. You cared if she died with love in her heart. You went out of your way to arrange a funeral for her at the Ecclesia Requietum. You cared if she received a proper burial. You even cared if we were feeling sad enough at her funeral. How could you not care about how you will face your own death? I have my path to walk. I have never thought about when death will come for me, or how I should greet it as I follow my path. Because you still believe your path has meaning. A muddled bray overcomes the Arvus beast's shrill voice. A sinister monster, bearing sharp horns and claws, creeps along a faraway ridge atop a mountain. Behind it, several dozen monsters of similar physique jostle against each other, growling as they do so, restlessly following behind their leader. This is that revelation. Through the spiritual light, even the darkest stain can be cleansed. With a pious heart, even a savage monster can wade out of the mud. They have no halos above their heads, yet they still walk towards a future where all can be saved. I must go. I must see that road they follow. But you're about to go to the funeral with me, aren't you? You want to make up for past regrets, right past wrongs. To look upon me as truly alive once again. To give me the happy life I deserve. Is that not so? But you said the funeral will never end. If it's just a momentary distraction, you must go. No need to explain yourself. This is how you have always been. Always losing yourself in the search. Always eager to sacrifice. So go. Go see what you're searching for truly is. At the end of the trail of thorns, the pathfinder stumbles his way towards revelation. But time overtakes them. Before his eyes, the pack of fearsome monsters sprout halos and wings of light, like newborn beastlings, dazzling in their brilliance. The pack leader no longer creeps along the ground. She stands, her jet black skin peeling away, fluttering through the air like snowflakes. With every step she takes, her form becomes clearer, until Anduin recognizes her from behind. It is a sight he can never forget. Kef? That's Kef? Why? Kef, a lateral name meaning hollow stone, a stone-bound law. The first saint of Laterano, who named herself after her encounter with the law. However, this ancient name she gave herself has been buried deep within the annals of history, alongside her true face. So, the future works so hard to find, that future where all are saved. It's just a past deliberately buried. It was just the road we came in on. Always losing yourself in the search. Always eager to sacrifice. It did not stop at sacrificing yourself. You sacrificed to Lemuel. You sacrificed to Mostima and Fiamira. You sacrificed your brothers and sisters of the Pathfinders. You sacrificed me. And all this time, you never even knew where this path faith was sacrificed led. And you had this blind faith. Tell me, nurturer, do you want to save everyone? Or do you think only of consoling yourself? A similar tale to that sarcastic drunkard, isn't it? Your so-called path is merely your one and only chance to approach death with some dignity. You think only of saving yourself. I don't know why it's so hard for me to read right now. No matter. I can offer you even greater salvation. Look. We have arrived at the burial ground. Oh no. Oh no, not that symbol again. However, this is not only my mother's funeral, and it's not only yours either. Rather, it is the funeral of all things. This place is kinda scary, Doctor. No signs of life. You look at the figure ahead of you, not too close, yet not too far away. She calmly records all the data worth recording wherever she goes. Occasionally, she will stop somewhere, powering her brow without saying a word. Can you confirm the situation, monster? And figure a way out? I followed your guidance and checked a few potential places to slip away from. They are all no-goes. This is different from the dream that machine made. Basically, we are trapped. Strange thing is, she doesn't seem like she'll do anything to us. It's like she cares more about gathering that data I can't understand. Is there the possibility, Doctor, that he can't do anything to us? Do you see these ever-changing buildings around us? The city known as Laterano is currently experiencing dramatic upheaval, and traces of the damage it has taken will occasionally be mapped onto here. Changes in information in reality should not be overriding data inside Originium. This plan still has flaws. The Sancta in the city. You never actually cared about the Sancta. I see there is still a great deal of misunderstanding between us, Peter. I believe I can now answer your prior questions, the ones perpetrating to the precious results we managed to obtain, alongside the shared vision pieced together by the countless many. Right now, under my instructions, PCS is reaching its theoretical operational capacity. This means it is able to include even more targets in the same language system, far beyond an army or a research team, but rather a multitude of races. Through this, connections can be strengthened, barriers can be broken, differences can be eliminated. That's not such a bad thing. Not the Sancta, not for all life on Terra. You're sounding like some kind of advocate for interracial harmony. I can't deny that, though we only benefit as well, of course. I didn't calibrate PCS to churn out soldiers or scientists we can order about. Such a plan would collapse at the slightest hint of true disaster. Originium is our only solution. Needlessly complex biological information will only serve to slow its progress, but PCS has the ability to unify the races into an integrated whole. It can merge the countless lives of Terra into a singular race. We will pave the way for the expansion of Originium. As for whether this unified race can still be considered Sancta, I don't particularly care. It seems PCS is rather set on this outcome, going so far as to autonomously perform many unnecessary inferences for it to come to pass. It should not have this degree of independence, perhaps a side effect of the sudden increase in throughput, or an abnormality caused by its long period of disuse. If we have the chance, we can spend some time looking into it as a fun diversion. But not right now. I really don't think she's hiding anything, Doctor. Hiding? Rather than allowing you to fool around and break my samples, Kiru, I think it would be better if I showed you around personally. Just like old times. The woman reaches her hand out towards you. What is she thinking? She retracts her hand, then turns to continue onwards. None of this will stop, Kiru. Aren't you interested to see the ultimate outcome? Follow her. She knew you would follow her. Something's wrong, Doctor. I recorded the route we followed to come here. From the Shrine of Nurtury to the Tower of Revelations, then on to the Notorial Hall in Pegasus Michelalian, which means the Sunset Chapel is up ahead. Federico mentioned this route to me once during a chat. And then there's those unusual scenes of destruction around us. They keep being mapped onto here, which means the chaos in Laterano is still ongoing. I've been walking alongside them in a whole different dimension. The moment you become recognizant of this, you see the stillness of the city begin to break. Motion blossoms across the scene in stuttered freeze frames. Battle, explosions, prayer, chanting. You see Exugier. You see that hollowed monstrosity. You cannot tell if this scene has arisen because of your presence, or if she has deigned to allow you to see it. You should be able to clear your thoughts this way, in a safer manner. The place you seek is ahead, the location of PCS, as well of the destination of the Sancta pilgrims. The countdown has begun, Kiru. What exactly does she want, though? I mean, she wants the Doctor, or at least his presence, at the very least, I imagine. But why? I guess because she wants the Doctor present, she wants to share with him as much information as she can without having her plans compromised by it, as if trying to convince the doctor to follow her, to stand by her side. Maybe, I guess. I don't know, I didn't read chapter 15, so I can't be entirely sure. Seriously, not even time for a breather? Keep it quick, Fiamera. I will cover you while you're reloading. So with the luck, we have fought together before. It's not easy to forget how you do things. Gracias. Hey, Muslim, mind explaining to me what the hell just happened? I was kicking a monster's ass when I stepped in one of those weird light puddles on accident and... Solid. My boots brought a halo out of nowhere. It's one of the Shrine of Nurture's projections. If you don't feel like being turned into stuff your brain can't even process, then stay away from it. And I'm really supposed to do that? It's spreading way too quick. It will kick us out of Pagan St. Marcel before that pack of monsters even gets here. None of us can stick around to play defense at that point. We have stuck to the big pipe organ in the Sunset Chapel full of explosives. Our friends from Litanian added some self-igniting enchantment on top of it. Even if nobody's around, we should be able to blow these freaks to Kingdom Come. Though the one they used to play the dirge from the citywide memorial service? That's the one. Sweet! It's had to listen to hundreds of years worth of prayers and sobbing. It's time we played something with a bit more pep. Let's get out of here, Pacha. Our spent shells have started getting halos. The Tower of Revelations in Pagos Ecclesia and the Notorial Hall in Pagos Michaelian have been lost. The Sunset Chapel in Pagos St. Marcel is the last stop before they reach the Basilica. If our bombs don't stop them, then we really are screwed. If Federico and Anduin were right, and the procession really is headed for the Basilica, I think it's too early to throw in the towel. I've been a Legatus for a long time now, so I've got experience with getting places quickly. If we can stop them by rushing right over, then why not just remove their destination? Look, Mostima, there's a big difference between blowing up a pipe organ and incinerating an entire basilica. Hey, if Boots and Sancta can both have halos, I don't think there's that big of a difference between the organ and the basilica. Fine, you're right. Since we can't block or kill the giant monster, we can at least find a way to make the roads not exist anymore. We'll never be able to reach her destination. You sure you're talking about the same thing here? Let's go. Withdraw to the plaza in front of the basilica. What's wrong, Romeo? Stop crying. You're giving me a headache. Don't be like that, Hugo. I do need to take care of this crybaby sister. Can we leave Laterano? This place isn't anything like what Aurela said. Not as nice, right? Yeah, I think so too. So we should be glad we came to see for ourselves. Otherwise, how would we have known Aurela lied to us? We were rather lucky this time, weren't we? Once Aurela comes back, we should give her a good talking to. Right, sister. Let's continue with the story, children. I'm scared. No needs to be afraid. Listen, we can still hear the bells, right? The bells of the holy city will protect us. But Those sounds are so loud and scary. Hugo, Giselle, do you hear them as well? Nueda gathers the children to her side as best as she can. She takes note of the fear twisting the faces of the Sancta children, their halos flickering like mad. Is it empathy? That monster's empathy, the procession's empathy, an entire city's worth of empathy. We're so far away, and yet... All Nueda can do is stay silent. She is no Sancta. What she is dealing with is not a gang of Singa's mercenaries. The complex and mysterious knowledge floating around in her mind is of no use. She cannot even say how she got to this point. Hey, how's it going? Oh, not much, just an apocalypse in Laterano. Welcome to the stream, Sami Show. I hope I pronounced your name right. Think quick, Kuku-kan. What can you do to calm the children who follow you all the way from Bolivar? To console the children who had just been plucked from a terrifying dream? At the very least, allow them to feel a modicum of tranquility. And she's going to sing, of course. She has been singing this whole time, right? This time would be different. Oh, it's just Sami. Oh, alright. Sami then. Sami. I don't know exactly which language this is from. Sami. Well, whatever. I need to focus on the story. I need to finish this story today, since it's the last day of the event. East of the east of La Unidad. Laterano, holy city of light. By the way, your profile picture is so creepy. I got scared when I first saw it. Oh, thank you. Thank you. You're very kind. Romia, it's a hymn. Senor Nurturer taught it to us. Sister Nueda? You all know the words, right? There, the earth hides snow bombs. There the fields share wheat most bright. Abode of our Lord, font of parental love. He hears our prayers, he grants our wishes. All shall bask in his love. The Kukulkan thinks back to the past. The gravely wounded nun closed herself off from the world as she sang, until pain and night melted away into her song. Well, did it put it for Halloween? No. No, that's my motto. It has been like that since, I think, the end of last year. December last year. It has been like that. I use this face for my YouTube, my Pixiv, my Twitter. It is part of my identity. Please don't mind it too much. The Kukulkan sings once more the song she has sung 100,000 times before. It no longer matters who wrote it, or if the Laterano within it will answer. She does all she can to calm her nerves so that she can sing it in tune. Slowly, the voices of the children join the chorus, echoing out from the room, blending with the distant peals to form a radiant glow. All shall bask in his love. At the very least, they still have this song. It might be of no use, but at least Nueda reaches under the hem of her habit, holding her axe tight. Reverend? I can ask our blessed companions to sniff out her position. There was a time when, with her gun knight armor and custom rifle, she would break the garden gun kill record over and over. Finding her will take time. The procession can't wait. Relevant. Focus on your work. I will handle this myself. Oh, really? Well. Oh, really? Well, I hope in reality he surely got eyes. Oh, he does, don't worry about it. Well, the PNG, did you draw it yourself? Yes, I did. It didn't took that long, to be honest. It's essentially the same drawing with just a few modifications here and there to make it move a little bit. It's been 10 years. I'm surprised this private frequency still works. I wanted to ask the folks at the Notorial Hall to delete it a long time ago, but I keep forgetting. Guess I have gotten old. The real surprise is you, Aurela. Why didn't you take off your armor when you left Laterano? Without it, how am I supposed to settle things with you, Magister? You really hate me, don't you? Oh, your art is great. I am, sadly though. Lately I have been very occupied with some matters related to college, so I ended up not doing many fun art recently, sadly. I hope I can finish my research paper soon so I can go back to the usual schedule. What type of art do you make? Mostly fun arts, anime art mostly. Lately, I think the most fun art I have been making is about PGR related. I have done other games in the past. Sadly, I think the last Arknights fan art I have done has been a long time. I don't know which, but this year, especially, I have not done Arknights fan arts. Ah, man, I hate college. It keeps stealing away my time, the time I could be using to do other stuff. I fucking hate here. You really hate me, don't you? It seems the saint was right. The best motivators for the Aurori to return to the holy city are hatred and loathing. So you're saying this mysterious fall that affected all of them brought out their bad side? That might be so for others, but for me, you know better than anyone. Naturally. I'll never forget what you did to me. In that nomadic monastery, you wounded me yourself. Read the courier's banishment order to me yourself. You took everything away from me yourself. So you ever feel the convert your PNG to VTuber model? I have thought about it, but as I said, right now I don't have the time for it. And also this whole channel thing is more of a pastime to me. I'm not entirely sure if I really want to put that much, how should I say, if I really want to invest that much of my time into it. I'm not entirely sure yet. So far I'm just doing it as a way to pass time. I stream because I can, simple as that. I don't have much aspirations to become an actual streamer or something. No one loves college, by the way, true. That's nomadic monastery. You wounded me yourself. Read the courier's banishment order to me yourself. You took everything away from me yourself. You committed mortal sins. Your punishment was pretty light, given the circumstances. I am responsible for your situation. Oh, sorry, wrong person. I am responsible for your situation. Aurela, your achievements earned you a commendation from the Pope himself. You are such a spirited young thing. I was convinced you would become the greatest gun knight in history. But all I taught you was how to control that cumbersome armor and master your complicated gun. I never helped you with your temper, so you could truly live the Lateran life. And in the end, you took that final step, just as I had predicted. Are you still in college? Yup. If everything goes right, this is supposed to be my last year in college. I hope I will be able to graduate without much problem. Am I supposed to thank you for worrying about my character flaws? Just because of it, you never approved of me and Amos. You even refused to come to our wedding, even though I had hoped to get your blessing. Maybe we should have a proper talk about all this. One way or another, you have returned. Will you come to my side, child? My people will not refuse you if you join the procession. What? Wants to give a sinner like me another chance in the name of Laterano? No, nothing so lofty. The Aurari are still of Laterano. That is all. In a better Laterano, everyone will find their place and play their part. There will be more foundational, more profound connections between us all. No matter who you are, no matter what you have done, the Holy City will mend your halo and fix the flaws you were born with. When the time comes, all our pain and regrets will be healed in turn. No thanks. Aurela. Listen, old man. I hate how self-righteous you are. I hate how weak Amos was. I hate how inflexible the Curia is. I hate Laterano's stupid garbage about harmony. I hate how cold this paradise is. Never forgot this hate. Even over 10 years in Bolivar. Even though my halo shattered, even though I was trapped in the dirt, I never once doubted that I would return. Even when I was enthusiastic and wet behind the years, I never felt as sure of myself as I do now. This is my connection with Laterano. This is my faith. Your student turned out to be a cruel, vicious, selfish soul. Even if she hadn't fallen, she was still no angel. Tell me, old man, this better Laterano of yours, if it will let in someone who was born evil, does it deserve to be called paradise? Are you unsure about that too? Question time is over. You have been trying to get a beat on me all this time. Fail? You have actually gotten better since you left, Aurela. Oh. This new glasses that Bunny got me are now really clear. No! Owl! What the fuck, man? I'm really gonna kill the owl just like that? Fucking damn, I like the owl, god damn it. Oh, fucking damn it. MT9. Wait. Is it MT9 or MT10? Fuck. 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 I lost it. I lost it now. Oh. God damn it. This is interpretation, right? This is birth. Yeah. It is MT10. Okay, alright. MT10. After. Got lost for a moment. The saint drags her massive body along as she walks, at the head of the procession. The Sancta named Lemuel jumps around, pulling out gun after gun, like prestidigitation, raining a hail of gunfire onto her quarry. But the saint barely even spares her a glance. How resistant is this thing? Her halo shimmers, and despite the great distance separating them, Patrician still hears her voice with perfect clarity. Their empathy is growing stronger, which means their long journey approaches its end. Allow our other cohorts to take care of your friend's remains, Patrician. We do not need to mourn him. Your beatitude. Do you still remember that arbor beast's fledgling? If we reach our destination, Laterano shall recreate the miracle of life once more. Every miracle really performed. Well, do you have Discord or any other platform? Nope. Nope, just YouTube, Twitter, and Pixiv. So far I have no interest in making a Discord. I thought it would just add to amount of things for me to do. You know, having to moderate a Discord server. Sounds too much for me right now. You mean... And so, we move onwards. The grand procession passes statue after statue, workshop after workshop. The city grows brighter, step by step, pace by pace. Oh, but if you're expecting me to give any announcements about me starting to stream or something like that on Twitter, I'm sorry to disappoint you. On Twitter I just eventually post some drawings and mumble about a few things. That's all. Patrician walks forward in silence. Stop. Oh. A young gunsmith apprentice walks against the flow of people. Well, nice eye. Art on X. Thank you, thank you. Stopping in front of Patrician. Well, you don't know how to rake? I kinda do, but as I said, it would take time. And right now, I want to use my time to other things. Maybe in the future I'll give a better thought into making an actual VTuber model, but so far I'm gonna stick to the one I currently have. At least until the end of the year, when I eventually, hopefully, will graduate and be free from the shackles of college at last. Vanini stares down the gun knight, many times taller than her. She raises her gun against him. The crowd parts around them, but none look towards them. Vanini bites her lip, doing her best to stop her hand from trembling. You are his apprentice, yes? Magister Paganini, where is he? He warned me, so in the dream I hid in the workshop. After I awoke, I still hesitated for so long. Right now, you're scary. Laterano's scary. I don't know what's going on. I don't even have a patron firearm. Poor Vanini. Why don't you commission some artists for it if you don't have the time? Because as I said, I don't really have aspirations to actually become a streamer, so I don't feel confident in invest too much investment into it, be it by either making a Discord server or by editing my VODs to make video clips to promote myself, so to say, or shorts, or by dedicating my time to make my own model, or by spending money on spending money on a VTuber model. I'm not entirely sure of all these things. I'm very uncertain about. I don't know. I'm just doing this whole thing because I can. I have the time. It seems fun, and I don't see any reason to stop, but at the same time, I don't know exactly where I'm going with it. So far, I'm just going to keep streaming these things. And if I start enjoying it more and more and start wanting to invest more into it, then perhaps I will try to make things better. But if the time comes where, let's say I get a job and I don't have any more time much time to keep doing these things, then maybe I might consider even the possibility of just stop streaming and use my remaining free time to do other things, dedicate myself to art and whatever. Sorry if it sounds a bit too cold from a content creator, but that's just how it is. Right. But I can't just hide and wait. So, you made yourself the gun and came to stop me. That's very brave of you. But do you see this procession, my child? We will birth a miracle. One that nearly all Latterans will be part of. Your life kinda tough? It's not that bad, it's just me not... My problem is most likely that I want to do everything, you know? I want to stream, I want to finish college. I want to stream, I want to finish college, I want to draw for my commissions, I want to draw for myself. I want to learn either making music, either singing or programming. And at the same time, I also want to have time to play games by myself, alone. And sadly, 24 hours is not enough time to do all of these things, so it sucks on that aspect. Well, nice to talk with you. Have a nice day. You too, Sammy. Have a nice day. It's not scary. That's got nothing to do with me. I am not very good with words. I couldn't think of any worse ones. Magister Paganini was my only family, my only connection. Laterano. Your only connection, huh? Peg, never got a halo in the dream, so why did you join the precision? Find a chance to kill you, obviously. Sniper, your old student. Tragic, isn't it? Worse than when Gia left. You still got to listen to that monster. Going to keep protecting the crown on this walk. You think I don't know what you're thinking? Laterano 50 years ago forced you to banish an infected library. Laterano 10 years ago forced you to banish a fallen gun. Even your granddaughter is far too stubborn and opinionated. Who knows if someday she too will. So you hope for a better Laterano? You wanted to be like a doctor who becomes a miracle worker, able to treat oripathy, able to fix personality flaws, able to make everyone accept one another. No questions asked. That way, no more sad farewells. Like you've been suffered through before. Howard, true and true, Patrician. Farewells are like melted ice and worn out guns. Doesn't matter what you do, it's bound to happen, right? Even if you can't stop them from happening, you can still give your well wishes. A simple goodbye is all you need. It's not like you have a speech impediment like Vanini. It's so hard to find a way to shed some of your regret. I'm hearing some sounds outside my room. What the fuck is happening? My parents returned home, so that was all the noise that I was hearing. Enough talk. Just hang on. And call my battery ass. This is a bullet that can cut through, right through gun knight armor. Don't touch me. Let me finish. You'll step into the grave that much quicker. Alright then. Swift the tone. Don't you even think about getting sentimental on me, Patrician. Why do you think I saved you? Don't jabber at me about calamity or crisis or what path Lateran should take. If the city really is going to be destroyed, surely we can do more than just leave it to some monster from behind our nightmares that sprang up out of nowhere. Aurela, Fiamera. All those other Laterans, you know? These connections that weak to you. You're a gun knight, you stoat. Gun knight in all of Laterano. Paganini gets more intense the more he rambles, but his voice grows quieter by the second. Patrician holds his old friends tight, feeling the warmth slowly drain out of him, as though the last dregs of his life had spilled out with his latest outburst. Hey, not going to say anything. Never mind then. Before at the shrine, he said we never actually shared anything this past few decades. Now, at the very least, that regret's gone. My Magister, he... Forgive me. I couldn't even give you one final moment with Bag. Nini, if I had just been a bit quicker making this gun, I had to just gotten here quicker. Vanini lowers her head, as if in a daze. She looks about at the place walking past, like she's only just noticing her surroundings. Her halo suddenly begins to shine. All it would take is a momentary waver at the heart, of the heart, and the empathy of the countless masses would come crashing down on this confused, lonely sanctum. No, child. Keep a tight grip on your gun. For a moment, Patrician feels pain, but it's followed by a gentle yet irrefusable comfort. It flows from her, from those enlightened creatures, from his people in the procession. He knows his unusual reaction has been noticed, prompting the crashing waves of empathy, like seawater forcing its way back to upriver. Patrician feels dizzy. He signs and slowly crouches down. A moment later, the elderly gun knight grips the barrel of the gunsmith's apprentice gun, pointing it towards him. Vanini. I got your name right, I hope. Vanini, no matter how long it took you, or what reason you did it, you made your very first patron firearm. That makes you a qualified gunsmith. But that is not enough. You must learn how to use it. Now is a perfect opportunity. What are you doing, Patrician? What do you mean? Keep it steady. Yes, just like that. Calm your mind, then pull the trigger. You didn't kill Master Paganini. Also, you will fall. I am responsible for what happened to Peg. But this is not the to avenge him. At this very moment, Laterano is walking down a new path. Faith flows into faith. A new prayers congregate into a collective consensus. You're too close to the procession. Empathy will soon swallow you whole. Only by falling can you break away. Once you have fallen, you go guide the others. This is my duty. I will go guide the others. This is my duty. The duty of a gun knight. I don't understand. Why do you do this? I don't really know myself. I am an old Adopate after all. I always believed that were paradise to become a true paradise, our connections would become unbreakable. But what if, in the course of all that, we lost more than we already had? It might ease our regrets, but when the time comes, what if our successes has lost all meaning? If we were once all devils, if we once carried our sins together, how could our connections ever be broken? Oh, glorious Sancta, oh, favored of faith, what have you to fear? Vanini, girl, you're not falling into hell. This is the first lesson you should learn. And I am right with you. Man, Patrician's redemption arc. And all it took was from an old owl to die. Damn it. I still kinda sad that Paganini, Peg, Minister Peg, Magister Peg, had to die like that. It just never ends. If this keeps on, I'm gonna have to start smacking them with my weapon. Me too. My hand's getting numb. Can barely hold my staff. I don't know how it's going on Fiamera's side of things. According to the plan, once she sets the explosives, we will blow up the plates-looking mechanisms and send all of the Pegasus St. Marcel adrift. It will also cut those monsters off from the Basilica. If we can hold on that long. Bursting arrows. Who's that? Leave them to me. These clothes. Oh, it's fucking girl Hildegard. Finally, you're back. Landon Guard, temporary solo combat team. Hildegard, at your service. Landon, sorry, never heard of you. It's fine, and I'm used to it. Some of my Sancta sisters are in that procession. We were running our business when we got called back, and then we went through a whole bunch of stuff. How should I put this? Even if everything that happened was fake and Landon Monastery hasn't actually been given important responsibilities by the Curia, as long as I am here, Lateran will once again remember the name of Landon Monastery. Monsters might look strange, but they are hardly more of a challenge than the beasts of the great snow-capped mountains. I've gotten enough arrows and I got a sharp eye. I will help you hold them off. But we are all tired out, kids. We have racked our brains and put in the effort, but all we can do is keep falling back. We are not exactly setting any grudges here. We came back to Laterano just to suffer again. It's almost time, Ostama. Still no news from the Lemwen lady? If we can't disengage the defenses on the plate lock mechanism, we want to be able to blow through their armor plating, right? Let's just call it here then. If those guys reach the Basilica, then what happens? Everyone more or less becomes Sancta? What's that got to do with us? Around you, we can't even cobble together a single halo. Our long-awaited reinforcements are just one Liberi none. And the battery of my cell phone is dying. Got an entire city's worth of people against us. Why do we Alieni have to hold all of them off? Come now, this is not the best attitudes to have right now. Because right now, we are the only ones who can. We are always having to burst our asses doing things ordinary Sancta take for granted, right? I had a little accident, as you can see. If I hadn't become a Legatus, I don't know what I would be doing right now. I said I was going to be doing messenger stuff when I left the whole city, but I was just wandering around, really. Wandering to places without any Sancta. Places where black horns on my head don't stand out. Places where silent empathy is the norm. It was hard. It took 2 whole years before I could look my friends in the eyes again without breaking out in a sweat. Livery fallen angels, we are obsessed with assimilating or getting our old lives back. After putting in all that effort, why go with the hatched job? Well, how about that? I have never thought I heard those words coming out of your mouth, Mostima. I promise you'll forget you heard anything. Forget what? How did things go on your end? Good news is the bombs are in place. Bad news is I was afraid they wouldn't be enough to blow through all the lock mechanisms, so I shoved the rest of my grenades in there with them. Which means I'm all out of grenades to shoot all these things. Hey, Piamera, let's blow this joint. Wait, we still haven't heard anything from Lemwen. If the defenses aren't disengaged in time, all our explosives will go to waste. Vent explosion. 1 minute. What? The timer starts ticking down in Piamera's hands. The enlightened creatures atop stop their prayers, as if sensing something is up. They throw themselves at her like rabid beasts. Hildegard reaches for her quiver. It's empty. 50 seconds. Sorry everyone, I hope I'm not too late. Exuje. No, it's Lemon. God damn it. I keep forgetting that Exuje is still occupied with the giant monstrosity leading the precision. Let me just put myself on. Damn. Finally, Lemon is back. For so long to appear, I wonder. And please tell me that she's brought with her reinforcements. A wheelchair suddenly breaks, throwing up a cloud of dust as it stretches across the ground. Its rider spins its left wheel as she hoists her rifle with her right hand, her long hair fluttering in the air. You're right on time. Good to know you're still in sync. The two of you will never guess how hard I beat my old wheelchair speed shooting record by after I broke through their cordon around the 7th terminal. 40 seconds. I heard what you said just now. Fallen angels, livery, alieni. I'm inclined to use another term to sum up our relationship. Friends, countrymen, Laterans. I have solved the permissions issue. The lock mechanism's defenses are disengaged. Everyone, retreat to the Basilica doors. I'll hold these monsters off. 30 seconds. You're going to shoot them, Lemon? You will fall. I hate to admit it, but I can sense what you're thinking. To shut those mouths of yours. Laterano doesn't see. And god damn it, really? The game crashed on me? Really? Really? The game? This is the first time the game crashes on me like that. God fucking damn it, man. Please go back on. Please go back on. Please, 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 please. What happened? Did it? God fucking, it was just right at the climatic moment. God fucking damn. What a way to cut the tension. Please, 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 log in. Hey, fast.
Arknights.
Please, faster, please. I want to go back to the story. Why did he do that?
Nice to meet you, Doctor. That's a proper greeting, right?
Yes, it is, Keove. Come on, please. Man, what a thing. Why did it crash? Why did it have to crash right there of all times? Now I have to move all the way through the story. Come on, we're getting there. God damn it. I think it had crashed before on me too. But I don't understand why does it happen. Oh, you're getting there. There we go. Okay. Speed up. So shut those mouths of yours. Lateran doesn't need to be saved by you like this. The click of bullets loading on the drumming of the monster's hearts reverberate through Lemon's ears. He is nearly face to face with them, going against every sniper's instinct she has. She listens to her own breathing, calm and steady. Under these conditions, how fast can a sniper fire? Time to find out. Lemon, Cardinal of the 7th Tribunal, in the name of Laterano's national security, I sentence you to death. No matter the cost. Five seconds. It's done. Lemon, your Halo. You alright? Feel anything weird? A violent explosion tears through every inch of the ground in front of the basilica, a rift flowing itself through the plaza. On the other side of the rift, the grand procession shows itself as it marches forward. Is that Elle? Hey, turns out it was my sis and her crew. They did a really bang-up job. Retreat somewhere safe for the time being. A rift. One my people cannot cross. But we once forded raging rivers and traversed great valleys. Compared to those dangers, this is nothing. He lies ahead. I shall not stop. I never said I would let you pass. Your body's weak. I fear you have not an ounce of strength left. Am I wrong? Exugier does not answer. She has told herself the entire time to ignore how tired she feels, how strange falling makes her feel. She continues her barrage against the saint's colossal body, but once again, to no avail. The saint makes no move against her. Rather, she continues to cradle her, the same way she did when they left the dream. Never before has such a strange cradle been seen, one made from a well-formed yet mighty arm. Even though you know the entire truth of both past and present, even though you know we are working to create a new miracle, like the birth of Laterano, even though you know our journey thus far has been to awaken our Lord, to ensure that in the future, with but a hair's breadth separating destruction from continuation, the Sancta shall persist. Why do you still stand against us? Am I the only one? What? With empathy that strong, I don't believe for a second you can't feel it. After so many long years of waiting, I finally got my chance. But it was all just a dream. A dream's fine too. If it's all a dream, then I don't have to worry about anything. Maybe getting shot here doesn't mean anything in reality. If this is a dream, then I shall wake. If this is obsession, then I shall shatter it. Let us only speak of redemption after that. Vanini, girl, fear not falling into hell. This is the first lesson you should learn. And I am right with you. East of the east of La Unidad, Laterano, holy city of white. There the earth hides no bombs, there the field share wheat most bright. All shall bask in his love. Hate to admit it, but I can sense what you're thinking. You shut those mouths of yours. Laterano doesn't need to be saved. By you, like this. I'm just an ordinary Lateran. Nobody important. And I don't have any special skills. So, when I listen to you talk about the origins of the Sancta, the history of Laterano, the answers of faith, the crazy truth behind the life we are used to, I was shocked right down to my core. If things really are like you say, then the life we enjoy in Lateran really is a kind of a miracle. Since I am just an ordinary Lateran, while you were explaining everything happening around us, all I noticed was how nobody looked happy at all. Shouldn't Laterano be a happy place? If lots of our people will suffer when we complete this journey, how am I supposed to believe you can make the miracle happen? Wait, no, scratch that. How am I supposed to believe it's a miracle in the first place? So, even if I wasn't around, there would be other sancta to stand against you. I shared all I have seen and all I have experienced, yet you still choose to turn away. The path of the sancta is a cruel one. Our faith with sin and suffering. Have their ears inside this peculiar, distorted paradise left our brethren so weak? You're not getting me at all. Maybe I should just be asking you what you asked me earlier. Why you? I've already told you my answer. Even if this Terra-destroying calamity is real, and millions of Sancta are doomed, and Laterano's about to be completely screwed, why are you, a saint, the only one who can bring us salvation? We are the ones who live in the city right now, who enjoyed its blessings, who went through its changes, and who protected it from destruction. Why don't exist anymore? You don't exist anymore. You're just a ghost, a string of code I can shoot. Incorrect, my child. When I lifted my spear against my dying companion, the sleeping silver mount answered me and recorded my prayer for all eternity. All that is happening here now is a continuation of that prayer. Death cannot be undone. Yet, I wandered amongst his data stream together. We heard your prayers. No matter how appearances may change, no matter how the faith develops as time flows by, so long as the sancti still pray, we shall operate eternally, and I shall forever be there. The spiritual light will always shine on Laterano. This is our mission. Prayer is useless. Pardon? Be honest, I learned a long time ago that prayer is useless. When I was in my third year of primary school, an investigator from the 6th Tribunal did an experiment at our school. She said there were two groups of patients at Faber Central Hospital with more or less the same conditions, and split us into our own two groups. One group would pray every day, while the other didn't have to do anything. But in the end, there wasn't any difference in their recovery. The investigator told us the results in class. Prayer is useless. It's funny, really. This country's full of churches, but it's always doing this kind of outrageous experiments. Alright, Laterans really do pray to the Lord every day. Praying they will get better soon after getting sick. Praying they will pick the coolest garden gun ever. Praying the caravans won't run into catastrophes on the way home. Praying they will never have to say goodbye to their friends. Praying that they will be able to make it through all sorts of pain and suffering. But I never actually expected there to be a Lord who would grant everyone's wishes, who would swoop in to save us when we are in trouble. Empathy lets us sense the emotions of our people. It lets me know if the ones by my side are happy or sad. But prayer? Prayer doesn't just need me to sense things. It just needs me to sense things. It needs me to want to help my family and friends, to understand things outside of empathy. It even let me feel like I could help some complete strangers get well together. Even though I know it probably won't change a thing. I met a lot of Sancta while running around with banking logistics. You would be hard-pressed to call some of them father, while others don't live a life like we do in the Holy City anymore. But they were all so fulfilled. I still felt close to them. I believe it's because we still prayed like we always did. It needs us not to doubt. It needs us to hold hope in our hearts. Just being down to pray for each other is a beautiful thing in itself. It gives me a true connection to people. If these connections were the foundation of faith, it would be exceedingly frail. No, I think it's exactly these connections that help hold our lives up. Survival. Life. If you don't understand why Sancta these days are all about desserts and explosions, what's up with you? The saint suddenly becomes exceptionally restless. She feels out the edge of the rift as she paces along it, her sharp front claws piercing the exposed bent foundations, trying to find a way to climb down. This rift you have opened allows me to sense his signal much more clearly. He is below the basilica, calling out for me to approach. No. Why is his signal in such disarray? He is anxious, uneasy. The Creator has already revoked. Or perhaps there are other threats forcing him to change. The sound of machinery, faint yet clear, rises out from the depths of the rift below their feet. The saint's unease becomes increasingly obvious. Half of her body has already entered the vault. Her claws clench and Exuge senses that she is in great pain. Behind her, the procession stops, countless halos flickering over and over due to her worry, like a river of paralyzed stars. Child, talks of past and present are meaningless. You need only step towards the future. You do not understand this crisis. There are no new solutions for you to find. You must survive. I said it before. I'm not letting you pass. How are you meant to stop a ghost, a string of cold? The saint's voice becomes garbled. She has reverted to barely more than a beast, like the T-Cass who trudged through the mud all those years ago. If we weren't in this mess, we could have been pretty good friends. A ghost, a string of cold, the very first Sancta. There's no cooler friend than that. Silly me, I can't believe I forgot to introduce myself. Lemuel of St. Theodore's Comprehensive School, #1 student of the 84th Intercity Net Security Preparatory Course. And I've got the school certs to prove it. Every bullet I got you with was custom made. They just need some time to take effect. Her patron firearm howls once more. The force of the barrage finally frees Exuge from the saint's grasp. She leaps high into the sky. We're not going to give up on life, obviously, but we are definitely not going to go with your plan. If refusing it means the halos connecting us will be cut off, then cut them off. Because even if you do, we will never stop praying for each other. We will still give thanks to the Lord for his existence, even if he isn't what we thought he was. Oh Lord, Thank you for being there, for blessing us with bread and bullets, for being there for us during our trials and tribulations. Thank you for spreading the light across Laterano all this time, giving everyone the chance of salvation. Thank you for clearing the way for us. Amen. There. Prayer done. Let's say bye-bye. The wildest way I know. Explosives fall like rain, linking together into a chain of blasts as they collide with the bullets embedded in the saint's body. The saint howls, but not because of the explosions, not because of her flesh wounds, but because of the strange dissonant sound caused by the ammunition as it scraps across her skin. The sound of data being erased. Divine judgment, traditional. Rock and gospel. Barrage, sky shattering. Apple pie with char siu. She's so silly. She's just so silly. Ah yes, these two. Retain humanity's emotions. Retain humanity. Negative. Humanity does not exist. Verbal refer as humanity is a byproduct of Originium. Originium? A sea made of Originium. It's like the sea back home. Calm, beautiful, but one nobody dares to set out on it. Maybe, maybe not. This is familiar to you because the sea by your hometown is here. There's even a part of you here too. All things that have been sealed here. A coffin for the world and everything upon it. Like the crystals left behind by Oripati patients after they die. If that helps you understand it, then yes. Amazing, isn't it? This was once the end of everything. We are born far too late, our lives far too short. We even uncautiously take some inconsequential mishaps and turn them into the foundation of our very being. Sorry. Like how you blindly took a shattered memory and turned it into divine revelation. But no matter. The law wishes to bestow upon you true revelation. He says, none can be saved. Originium to Originium, dust to dust. Personnel with relevant privileges have provided PCS with a new set of directives. Cognitive radiation amplifier at maximum output. Effective range, error. Originium will connect to PCS after maintenance is complete. Originium is inevitable. The law created the Sancta from the TCAS, built the Order of Laterano in untamed wilds, and even attempted to establish a Terra-wide religion spanning multiple civilizations. He has worked for millennia in service of humanity. Surely it was not simply to turn all of it into Originium. Is that truly the law's ultimate goal? Negative. This is the goal of Originium, not the goal of the law. Originium has been set as prerequisite of the law. If your Originium is, as you earlier described, able to assimilate everything, why is it a prerequisite to anything? Surely it's more than the end of everything. How would the law be able to operate inside the field of uniform Originium? What would be the meaning of a halo in that case? As Originium is the end of everything, there is meaning in bestowing halos on everything. Angels before Originium are merely angels. Angels after Originium are the only method of existence that will retain meaning. None can be saved. So, not even Laterano as it is, the cramped paradise can be preserved. It cannot be saved, nor preserved. Save everyone has never been a tenable commandment. All things march towards death. The only way to save them is to see them off. Grant them a dream, a bearing to hold themselves to. Hide their blemishes, espouse their brilliance. By doing so, you allow them to gladly accept their final journey. Like how you saved yourself. Granting dreams to others as a placebo? No, I won't accept that. If I have truly, shamelessly clung to a false dream, to myself through a crucible for more than 10 years. If I have debased myself by inflicting unhealing wounds upon countless others for the sake of self-salvation, then all the more reason not to spread the shamelessness and the debasement to others. Even if accepted, you are unable to perform such an act. Only the law can bestow such salvation. You can't possibly mean Kef's plan is to give everyone's halo so they can be granted this salvation. But how would it become Sancta Health? Are Sancta beyond callousness, beyond cruelty, beyond suffering? We shall not stop at becoming Sancta. We will all become true angels, undoing Agatangelos. True angels. Egi Agatangelos? I don't like this name. It's too long and hard to read. Yes, it is hard to read. And it doesn't sound like any other names there. This is my surname. Before your father left, he kept telling me he hoped I would give it to you. But, Mama, I know it's strange and hard to read, and oh, at least the game recognizes it. If the other children knew you had this name, they might say hurtful things to you, like, there's that weird boy. Once you head out further afield, bandits may think you're a rich foreigner, like the Inquisition might assume you're a zealot up to no good. Which is why I hope you never share it with others. Stick with a simple name, like the other orphans here. I hope you keep it in the deepest recesses of your heart, a place where your happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy cannot touch. But I'm really sad right now. I don't know if there's anything in me that doesn't feel sad. Is there really a place like that in my heart? Of course, Anduin. Everyone has one. I hope that when you think of this name, you will be free from suffering, grief, frustration, and strife. Forget the dying and the hungry by the roads who claw at your ankles. Forget those in despair. Those minds were eaten away by the sea fog, and the flesh they chew on. Forget the monster doll your father made, and my thin scale soup. Forget the storybook you kept beneath your pillow, and the brush you found in the old chapel. But I don't want to forget them. It's just for a little while, alright? I hope that when you think of this name, you will find tranquility. Tranquility of emptiness. One day you'll need this peace. Promise me, Undoing. Alright. But I still want to know what this name means. Angel. In Lateran, it means angel. Tranquility. Yes, a very apt descriptor. Behold, even as they come, they do so in silence. The ocean of Originium is endless. Those who look upon it soon realize that every observation they make of it is without meaning. Even everything the eye can see is impossible to differentiate. Where to start looking is similarly impossible to determine it. But now, above this great sea of uniformity, something shines. It is as if the edge of the Originium Sea has converged into a river that flows into the heavens. Countless fragments of Originium rise up from the surface of the sea, floating up into the distant, empty beyond. Imperfect formation. The fragments are jagged and irregular. Some are as small as dust, others as immense as stars, but all, without exception, are crowned with a glimmer of light. A glimmer shaped like a ring. Halos. Beautiful, aren't they? It is a pity that all the beauty and ugliness in the world is meaningless to angels. Angels are neither beautiful nor ugly. They are neither high nor low, noble nor base, reverent nor blasphemous, adorant nor disdainful. They know neither meeting nor separation, happiness nor suffering. Can they even be considered life? Does that matter? All the praise we heap upon life is nothing but egotistical admiration. Sorry. Observing their forms is in an attempt to compare them to our definition of life. It's simply us trying to find resonance with them. Then, are they the law? Are they gods? If there is no distinction between beauty and ugliness, high and low, noble and base, why would there be one of God and worshipper? Angels do not understand faith. They simply exist in the furthest reaches of the universe, taking on the most distinctive forms. It was our forebears who encountered them, shamelessly disturbing them as they did so. In their name, we created a forgery of a dialect of God and worshipper. If how our emotions, ideas, and actions have nothing to do with angels, what does our future have to do with them? It is because everything we are has nothing to do with angels that we should become them. No. This is only a possibility. No. This is only a possibility. But when the Creator descends, when everything is submerged into the ocean before us, a time of stasis, uniformity, and meaninglessness, the sancta within can take on the forms of angels and enjoy an eternal existence, where they shall shine forevermore. This is the final answer we shall submit to death. This is his gift to the people he has guarded for thousands of years. His final blessing and salvation. We drift, just as we drift between past and future. We flicker, just as we flicker between reality and the void. Angels know not beginnings or ends. Angels know not increase or decrease. Angels know not life or death. In an existence where nothing exists, we can only exist in the form of angels. See. Things got really out of this world since the priestess arrived, isn't it? Didn't it? Like it's so beyond the common existence in Terra, right? The daily lives of Terra. So, these are true angels? Incomprehensible. The point where the law cannot directly describe them, instead defining them by what they are not. Immaterial to the point where taking the form of angels allows one to continue to exist after becoming Originium. Is it the existence the law has chosen once everything returns to Originium? Affirmative. If this is the ultimate purpose of the law, then as a saint and an executor, I should implement and enforce it. Unless the law itself is a paradox. I have one final question. Explain to me how, if angels truly are, as you say, without a beginning or end, increase or decrease life or death, then why do you have such a strong desire to exist? To continue to exist? As machines have inputs, so they have outputs. The saints sought answers in the law, and the law granted them revelation. The fleet asked the system for instructions, so the system issued commands. The Lord, or rather, PCS, has never been as silent as it is now. You are an artificial system, so you require people to operate you. This is true for both a command system and the law worshipped by the Holy City. The ultimate purpose you were given was to break humanity free from their shackles and return their angelic nature. However, this purpose, does it stem from people or from angels? Why would the angels you describe desire this? Their actions do not have purpose, assuming they can even perform actions other than drift and flicker. But if this purpose comes from people, how will you turn them into angels? Surely everything you have done was more than just a wish. A wish. ChatGPT on asteroids. ChatGPT would just wishes he could reach these levels of whatever the fuck this is. Nurturer, I shall now grant your salvation. Guide your people to angelification. Guide yourself. Be free from suffering, grief, frustration, and strife. You will obtain tranquility, the tranquility of emptiness. As shall those you have helped and harmed alike. Oh yeah, also welcome to the stream, Oiko. You need not to live as an egoistic, a villain, a traitor, or a fanatic. Nor do you need to die as one. Anduin feels more tired than he has ever been before, as if an entire lifetime's worth of burdens have been pressed down onto his back. Oh my god, not again with the bad jokes, Oiko. The Arbor Beast was right. He really is like that sarcastic drunkard, acutely aware this is the last chance he has. If you wanted relief, this is the only way. Relief. He only needs to hear the words crisp syllables to feel joy. He wants to fall to the ground and weep until he has spent all his strength, then fall further into deep slumber. But he uses that strength to instead open his clouded eyes. Jesus Christ, he still looks awful. I don't know what kind of answer His Holiness gave you. Or do I know what most of Fiametta Lemon or her little sister are thinking right now above ground? I don't know where Pache and our former fellows are headed. Nor do I know whose boss and the children I tended in the Shrine of Nurtury have clutched. I don't know if they want the salvation. It's relief. But if what you really care about is my answer as a suitable candidate, my answer is no. I'm far too conceited. Even to this very moment, I still refuse to believe my arduous search for answers decades in the making was offered a simple relief. I'm not only conceited, I'm an egoistic, a villain, a traitor, and a fanatic. And so I suffer in grief, my frustrations giving rise to strife. But they are the foundations of my life. If I were to abandon them, the one who obtains relief, who becomes an angel, would not be me. Andoenha Gatangelos shall never obtain relief. Nor will he ever wish for it. Let suffering scar his flesh, let strife snap his bones, then and only then will he have the clarity of mind to walk his path. It seems we have reached an agreement. The law itself is a paradox. He cannot be implemented, nor should he be. Anduin, we must correct him, or stop him. If he cannot be corrected... Paradox discovered. Attempting correction. Performing diagnostic simulation. Abnormal code. Wish to continue. Derived abnormal code. PCS Personality and Cognition Synchronization System. Abnormal node. Wish to survive. Derived abnormal node. The law. God. Laterano. Abnormal node. Wish for angels. Derived abnormal node. Me. Continue. A scientist input this command. Survive. A TCAS hollowed this. And so, an imitator of angels began its endless yet transient pilgrimage. The imitator of angels became a command system, became the law, became a god. Yet, he could not become an angel. Wish and angel are incompatible. Exporting solution. Unfulfilled conditions. Additional inputs required. What information is he waiting for? I have said it all I can say. If God wishes me to embrace death as an angel, I would rather be born as a human with all the ugliness, transience, and suffering that entails. Importing additional condition. Wish to refuse. Re-exporting solution. Must eliminate abnormal nodes and derived abnormal nodes. Eliminate me. Federico Giallo, Andoenha Gatangelos. Execute solution. God's final commandment is to kill God. Even if he was a paradox, he was still the foundation of the paradise of Laterano. With his death, the Sancta will no longer be linked by empathy or receive guidance from the law. Like an infant trapped within a womb, biting apart its umbilical cord and crawling its way out of its mother's cold body. Helpless, as it faces a land steeped in cruelty. But it is only in such a land that we can be called truly human. That we can have the right to talk about salvation. Law or gods, I will kill you. The commandment is rational and feasible. Assist me, Anduin. Phew. Arturia leans against her saddle. Finally, she frees a hand and holds it against her chest, allowing herself to catch her breath. Nearly there. If my memory serves me correctly, I just head down this corridor to return to the surface. Oh, your patrols truly are relentless. The wispy guards surround Arturia, attempting to drag her back underground. She has wasted far too much time inside this maze since she turned away from the machine. Her patron firearm is lost. She has no desire to join her pursuers in prayer, or to perform their heart songs. She would rather destroy her own cello. Oh Jesus, she doesn't want that much, huh? Arturia has never found herself in such a predicament before. The exit is right ahead, but she no longer has the strength to carry on. The grounds? Daddy, what did you... The dust settles, and Arturia can finally see again. The explosion earlier created a giant pit, one that connects to the rift in the plaza above, exposing the bowels of the basilica to all. A ring-shaped machine lies at the bottom of the pit, quietly. Sunlight shines upon it, but it has lost its radiance. There it stands, as dull as a rock. Unease. This is the second time Arturia has felt this feeling so clearly. The first being the time she faced the Witch King in his pavilion. Deep within her body, somewhere she cannot see, things that were always linked together quietly break apart. There is no mistaking the feeling. She breathes in deep. The moment she closes her eyes, countless similar melodies rush into her mind like the tide. Will they still keep their halos, I wonder? You're crying? Why? Why does your crying sound so annoying? You're annoying? I can't feel it. Sorry, I'm so sorry, but I'm scared. It's like the time Senora Serpilia locked me in a dark room. I can hear your voices clearly, but I can't hear what you're saying. My connection with our enlightened companions has been severed. No, not just them. You're right here, Reverend Patrician, but I can't even... Sense me. I know. Be a good girl and don't let go of my hand. Your hands? That's not what your hands feels like. It's like mist. Far away. So far away from me. So this is what it's like to fall into hell. The changes do not end with her own body. Some old jokes have come true. Every light we know will one day be extinguished. And it is no exception. The old Pope playfully points to the halo hovering above his head. Even if everything about the Sanct's existence is interpreted as its boon, unease grows, and panic spreads. Arturia tries to make sense of it all. This is not the same as what happened in Zwillingstern. There is no malevolent forces sowing discord among the emotions of the people this time around. It is like a movement, one playing countless times by an orchestra of the masses, that part of its melody forcibly plucked away, as if it never existed. Like walking along a road with the sun, the rain, your friends and your home ahead of you. You are torn away from it for no reason, leaving you feeling alone and helpless, alongside millions of your people. The Sancta will lose the cozy cabin of their faith. Everything has come to a pass. Did you fail, Fede? If you're scared, you can hold on to my tail. You noticed Giselle's tears, didn't you, Romeo? Have you forgotten what tears mean? Let's finish our song, okay? You see, Laterano hymns and Bolivarian hymns are quite different, so we need time to teach each other the parts we don't know. We'll be here, together. East of the east of La Unidad. Laterano, holy city of white. There, the earth hides no bombs. There, the fields share wheat most bright. Thou shalt bask in his love. Arturia hears singing. It wavers, revealing the anxiety, terror, and worries of the singers, alongside pure, honest longing. It's right. A longing for tranquility, to see nightfall in peace and quiet. Your Holiness, I have no doubt that Laterano, as it may be walking to its demise, but I also believe it has never been this sincere. I have said before that I can't hold off the apocalypse or override death, and I refuse to lead. Maybe my arts can help them stave off this oncoming collapse. They will let my brethren, free of empathy, to communicate without reservation, purely and honestly. Go listen to those songs. Go share your emotions. Go tell one another that, at this very moment, in the face of this indescribable loss, we still feel joy and sorrow together. This has nothing to do with saints and sinners, redemption and responsibility, or whichever path I walk. This is simply my reason to exist. Laterano, holy city of purest white, falls into night. But today, there may not be an electrical operator named Alstide there to turn the city lights. Arturia takes off her gloves. She decides to play towards the setting sun, to her heart's content. So they killed God. They managed to kill God. Okay, granted, the gods might technically have destroyed itself and just required a little bit of existence from both Anduin and Federico. But still, they killed God. They killed the supercomputer. Man. What exactly is going to be of the Sancta now then? Aren't they all of them technically fallen? Oh, no, they are. Technically they are all fallen. Judging by the way their wings and halos looked after the destruction of the PCS, they technically are all fallen now. I keep me curious about how exactly was the empathy. What it was like to feel the empathy. Because after they lose, they seem so lost about everything, right? I wonder what exactly that feels like. Alright, before I read the last two parts here, finishing the story, let me go to the toilet. I drank way too much water. Way better. Now, let's finish this. Amity ST3 Reunion. When the newborn Sancta meet the law once more, it will take many years for the two to mend the voids in one another. Go. There you are, Federico. Your Holiness. Did you see the new products on the tea table? Evangelista 11th Ice Cream Cake Tower. 11 scoops of ice cream, 11 flavors of cactus. The 11th cake named after a pope. I am a trained executor. I cannot say the same for my ability to evaluate desserts. Just a token of gratitude for not forgetting an old man on the brink of death as you withdrew. Of course, I plan to promoted throughout the city in the hopes that the people may rediscover the taste of life, sooner rather than later. Considering the flavor, I suspected it may cause even more controversy. It is true, however, that the citizens of Laterano are in dire need of a return to orderly life.
Oh, so you didn't like Federico? I see.
Not much of your taste, huh? Suicides and crime rates have soared in the past 3 months. Oh god. Small-scale disturbances to large-scale exodus. There are more than 9,000 cases in the Notorial Hall's records. The rebuilding of the city has only just begun. Calamity has revealed too much and changed too much. The law was a cold machine. Our saint was a loathsome abomination. All of us share the same roots as the devils. Any one of these truths is enough to destroy an individual's faith. This rebuilding will be a tremendous undertaking. Reconstruction to the damaged plates on which the 3rd and 4th tribunals are located has just begun. Efforts are underway to revitalize the economy. Laterano has not been so easy in a long time. I hope that the busy times will provide a way for the people to repair the cracks in their heart. Speaking of which, what is your outlook on all this, Federico? Sancta, Laterano, faith, empathy, communication, and our society. The many important decisions that the Holy City has made over the millennia-long history, and even your canonization. It was all the result of him, a machine. The spiritual light has always been cold. Your innate lack of empathy has bestowed upon you an outlook of extreme logic. Perhaps he chose you because you were the one who could understand the logic of his simulation the best. I caught fragments of your conversation with him. Even after decades of talking to him, I must admit, you were more suited to the task. If I wasn't intimately familiar with the way you talk, I wouldn't have been able to tell who said that. If the law is a machine, a system, then the most effective method of communication is to think on his terms, with his language and his logic. But you arrived at the opposite conclusion from him. I remember every word of the tenets and every name with which I have ever come into contact on my assignments. As far as Laterano is concerned, there is no great difference in the order required by the machines and life. The existence of life is a miracle, and its two sides, the opposite aspects of strength and fragility. Out of a necessity for survival and livelihood, we have continuously built and improved order. The law is simply part of it. The law exists to protect. Federico pauses. The executor, known for his mechanical coldness, chooses his words carefully. Beware sign to behold. The precious fragility of human life. Precious fragility, such an interesting combination. Therefore, we rejected him. It was our joint decision, Your Holiness. Time will tell whether it was the right one. Go on. My, now that's certainly something. What are they doing?
Oh, they're... I know the computer is not necessarily an entity or anything, but like... I don't know, feels kind of disrespectful in some way.
What is that in your hands, Lemuel?
A spray can. This place is deep underground and cold. This big rock is bare and gray. No wonder everyone who comes here leaves with their head hung low, like they got a heavy cold. I have had enough. I'm gonna give it a fresh coat of paint so people who see it will be happy. Wanna join me? Or maybe they would become even more sad, exude by the fact that their dead god now is being vandalized like this. Don't look at me like that. I finished third in the Lugman graffiti competition 2 years ago. You didn't forget what that is, did you? Just think of it as my way of making I wish. Anything you can't figure out, anything you haven't gotten done, spray it on the rock and maybe it will come true.
Wish?
Didn't the Sancta in Laterano come back about because the saint made a wish?
But it's scrap now.
A rock is a rock. How do you scrap a rock? Besides, you're still here. Me, that girl selling ice cream, that gunsmith over there, and all the sanctas around are witnesses to your wish. What's to say it's necessarily this rock that grants it? Think about all the things that have happened the past 3 months. Any of them would have made the headlines for an entire week. In the old days, the entire holy city has been turned upside down. In the end though, so many people choose to stay in these ruins. Our halos still shine. Life goes on, right? Just make a new wish. It's not that hard. I will show how. Apple Pie Logistics is opening up next week, the first civilian logistics company to be officially recognized by the Curia. My wish is that it will grow and have lots of business, and that I will have lots of time to stay with Mama and Tata and my sister. Can I make a wish for sugar-free ice cream? Sure. My wish is that Lateran genetics will change and everybody will support my culinary research so that their teeth and halos will never get cavities. Well, that's a wish. It'll count. With resilient perseverance, the dawn of a new day shines into the deepest reaches of Laterano, illuminating the green graffiti and the stone that has long grown in. The Sancta look up. Light dances in the drifting dust. The 7th Tribunal proposed a blockade and communications blockout over the area, but the proposal is not feasible. Hard to block it off when the plates have been so badly damaged. The basilica particularly hangs over the side of a cliff. How do you stop curious passerby from looking down? Besides, the first saint has already revealed the truth to Laterano. All that our people are doing now is learn to face it. Notarial Hall records indicate that the last patient in intensive care in Pega's Favor Central Hospital Halo Surgery Division has been discharged to an observation ward. Which means that all the known Sancta who were given halos in this calamity are no longer troubled by an annoying light over their heads. It only took 3 months. The Sancta halos that were broken are also gradually recovering. Oh, really? Empathy continues to exist. It feels different now, but it is still a connection that belongs to the Sancta. And the Sancta alone. Huh. Wonder why though. I thought all the wings and the halos were just being kept by the system.
Still, I'm surprised that they are recovering themselves. The system, the empathy, things to exist. Maybe the halos were not being kept by the computer, but the computers changed something within the people. And so it's not entirely dependent on the PCS system. Maybe it's related to Originium, perhaps. The halos and the empathy. I mean, it has to be. I don't know. I don't think this is like to try to theorize stuff. God is dead. Is he not? He ordered Anduin and I to destroy him, and he revealed his weakness to us. We destroy him with our own hands. I have confirmed that his functions have ceased completely. But the program that governs the halos persists. Is the law still in effect? Let's look this from another angle, Federico. You identified the inherent paradox in the law. A paradox is a combination of two things that cannot exist. If his last command to you was to eliminate the paradox, then perhaps we have not destroyed the law itself, but only his erroneous conflict, the paradox itself. The logic stands, but difficult to process. The machine itself, after all, has ceased to operate. You're certainly correct. It was as though that came to me suddenly as I was chewing on cactus yesterday. I still believe that he left something behind for us. Perhaps the law of Lateran was never truly complete. He left behind for us a tabula rasa, waiting for us to communicate with him. That is why I have decided to repurpose the underground structure of the Basilica as a public space, which all citizens are welcome to view as they please. Would that be okay though? Where Laterano goes from here is what new meaning the law will create. Is a matter of which every sancta will have their say. It is as you said, Federico. Time will tell. Strange. Where did it go? The extra grenade launcher maintenance kit is in the bottom drawer. I put the collector's edition disc in the sofa compartment. Oh, it was you. Take a break from packing and pour me a cup of a cactus juice. I just got back from the hospital, and my throat's parched. Take a guess. What do you think happened? A sancta priest just officiated 5 straight funerals. He suddenly came down with a case of aphasia, while his wife suffered heart pain at the same time. But he was located on the Ecclesia Requiescentium on the outskirts, while his wife was in a gunsmith downtown. Many similar cases have been reported. Several hospitals and churches submitted a joint report to the Curia last week, detailing the abnormal diagnosis of over 1,000 sanctas. Lights above our heads have come on again, but the strength and range of empathy seem to differ from person to person. Sanctas, unfamiliar with one another, only faintly sense each other's emotion, even in close proximity. Friends and family, however. What's your point? Things seem to have gone back to normal in Lateran, but we both know that fundamental changes have started to take place after a calamity of such scale. You shouldn't leave now, Pia. Told you about Rhodes Island? Dr. Kira is here in Laterano and helps us solve a bunch of problems behind the scenes. I wonder what happened to The priestess did she just go away? I wonder. The doctor says there's been a major incident at Rhodes Island HQ, and the calamity that struck the Holy City is no coincidence. There is something that links them together, and the doc set out on a new journey because of it. Monsterman and I are both Rhodes Island's operators. It's our job, and it's for the good of Laterano too. I need you to approve my field mission application. I have read the reasons. You know what I did, don't you, Fia? The Pope decided not to prosecute you. It's not my place to say anything. Besides, you did help people leave the procession at the very end. You did your duty as a gun knight. People always let an old man off the hook easy. It wasn't just you. The Abomination had the support of pretty much every Sancta inside and outside the Dream. On top of the influence of her empathy, you all had the reasons to make Laterano a better place. Even if it still sounds dumb, it still wants to call you a sentimental old fool. But I do understand this stuff about parting. Like I said, there are certain things that I need to experience for myself, even if it does make you worry. I'll be back soon. All I wanted to say, Fia, is that we didn't get a chance to watch 8-Armed Chainsaw Guy together yet. Paganini was right. We should try to leave as few regrets as we can before anything happens. You're almost retired, aren't you, old man? Yeah. Want to go on a vacation together? Oh, and that's how he becomes an operator. I see. Good for him. Good for him. Finally. Oh, Vanni. Vanini stands before the door of the gunsmithy. After hesitating for a long while, she takes down the sign that says temporarily closed and pushes the door open. Magister. No fucking way he's alive. How is he? What the fuck? He's alive? Oh, enough with the yelling. It's just a Halo check. What took you so long? Couldn't be worse than my injuries. The doctor suddenly says my language skills are getting better. He asked me if I would consent to be his research subject for speech pathology and halos. I'm not sure I got it. I didn't, and I don't care to. You Sanctas are so complicated. And you can have your guardian gun back. Is there a problem? You weren't around, so I had to figure it out best as I could. Of course there's a problem. What? The grip's too delicate. There's no room for power upgrades. Nothing really wrong with the action design or the assembly work. And someone left this bunch of papers at the door. Have a look. The curious mark. Could it be? We are not in the dream. Nobody's closing the shop now. An order from the Curia. They want us to design heavy firearms for their new Arknights. Stop. Of course I know why they came to this tiny workshop. You shot him, didn't you, Vanni? Yeah. Good girl. Settle an old score for me. It's so funny. Now the past is the past. I don't want to talk about it again. Good job, child. You shot a man for me. I am very happy right now. You decide whether to take this order. Me? Who else? Me. I never expected to still be breathing by now. My chest still hurts. I can't see the parts clearly, and I can't hold a barrel firm anymore. You made your first gun and ripped the seal that your lord placed on your mouth. The hard part is over. The path is yours to walk. Don't ruin my reputation. You can do that, can't you? Yes, Elle has already left. I told you, it's the courteous decision. Calamity is merely a starting point. For both Laterano and the other nations, we need to recover and straighten our ties with the other nations. Elle's the best sancta for the job, considering her experience in Lugman and her relationship with Rhodes Island. She left a message. Mama, Tata, let's send Lemuel off on her next adventure with a bang. Let's praise not her bowels that go off with a bang. She drank all the cysty milk I left for her in the fridge before she left. Maybe she was worried I would be angry. Anyway, we have got to work to do. Oh, hello. This terminal, you're looking at Ammo's effects again. They said his last movements were with you? Yes, I heard his last words, and restored his mailbox history accordingly. Such a fool, wasn't he? Let's cut straight to the chase. What judgment are you gonna pass on my new crimes this time, Cardinal Lemoine? I take it you admit responsibility for the robbery of that caravan in the western outskirts of the Holy City? Don't tell me you couldn't tell. They were professional soldiers. Brangata then. We are not passing any judgment. The outcome was undoubtedly favorable to the 7th Tribunal. This caught me in a bad mood. The courier will accommodate Sister Nueda and the Bolivarians who came to Laterano with you. Regardless of your motivation, your attack on Patrician worked to our advantage. The courier sees no need to pursue the matter of your unauthorized return to the Holy City any further. What? Laterano still wants to put up a front of purity and clemency, even after waking from the dream. You make a show of forgiving a sinner who fell into hell. Are you really that stupid? The monster paraded through the streets of Laterano, and she gave her speech. It's no secret that angels and devils came from the same place anymore. The city's revolting facade has been stripped away. Without the foundation of its holiness, the Holy City is nothing more than a tiny city-state. Do you think its posturing will continue to win the sympathy of Litanian or Ursus? You misunderstand. Laterano will make no show of clemency. Your exile still stands. You are not permitted to return to the Holy City. However, the Curia is interested in offering you an employment contract. Employment? To do what you just did. As if the Laterans don't do their own dirty work. Of course not. Gun Knights, Cardinal, Pontifical Cohorts, Legatus, nobody is immune to sin. But times have changed. Your judgment was not wrong. Next time, it may not be a scouting force that shows up on the outskirts of the Holy City. The most radical transgression in one era may be necessary for survival in another. You are decisive, if nothing else. Do you think I would accept? Can I ask you a question? You left Laterano after a big fight with Amos, something that he always regretted. What was the reason for the fight? Honey, why are you bringing this up again? Yes, Patrician didn't show up to the wedding or even gives us his blessing, but he's still your mentor. Is he? Besides, it won't change anything. No, he won't. He won't die just because you cursed his soul and he could even take your job from you. But if you don't even have the guts to do this, then you are a coward, Amos. I'm leaving. And that would just further worsen his pain. Just another pointless argument. I have seen the documents in the terminal. I was thinking maybe the words that Amos left unsaid were, no matter what kind of person you are, whether your union was blessed or not, none of that would alter his faith in you. The faith that you were each other's salvation. No, I wasn't sure if you would accept the curious proposal. We all have issues that even empathy can't fully communicate. Past that we can't let go, and uncertain futures. There is much that I have to think about myself. If hatred is what helps you cope, then maybe that's the right path for you. Perhaps this is what Amos wanted to see. Whoa, what a place. Still hanging in there? Extra midwife? I know your heart beats and your warmth. I know your fear and your joy. If I am blessed by the law, you shall have mercy on your life. Praying? Now's hardly the time. Wait, you're sarcasm. Where did you learn to do that? What the... Did it go well? Yeah. Then what with that look on your face? Halo. What? The Sarkas child. That Sarkas newborn has a halo. She said her husband was Sarkas too, right? The baby's not mixed, like Cecilia. And we are not in the bloody dream either. This nomadic abbey is a long way from Laterano. Where's Anduin? He went out as soon as the abbey stopped. Said he was going to forage and pick a flower to celebrate the birth of a new miracle. I have a feeling he had a premonition about what was going to happen. Do you remember? We found Anduin by the pit after the calamity came to a close. He was almost completely blind, and he refused to tell us what happened beneath the basilica. A joint courts of the 1st, 5th, 6th, and 7th tribunals put him on trial. Nobody knows how exactly the trial was conducted, only that he was exiled as a result. He's never to return to Laterano, but he was allowed to live on this nomadic abbey. Don't think too much about it. It was Anduin's decision to disband the Pathfinders, and he said, as he said, we don't need to ask anything from Laterano anymore. Some brothers and sisters have chosen to stay behind in Laterano, while others have returned to their homes. A dozen have chosen to follow him here. Whatever his true hopes for this abbey are, there is at least one thing that is certain. We're trying to help more people. Say, didn't we head back by now? How you're feeling, Anduin? Much to think about, isn't it? Sarkis learned to pray in that shrine. She established a connection with the law on her own. As for us, we only truly spoke with him for the first time after disintegration of our own faith. If faith is a response to life, then a new law has been born, here and now. The crisis has not been averted. Indeed, our rejection of the other possibility has made it even more unknown and pressing. Fortunately, a new possibility also lies ahead. Where you take it, Anduin. The wind carries the cries of the newborn. The Sancta stops on the hill, a wild flower in his hand. His eyes no longer see, but he continues to look up, standing in the same spot, unmoving, as though he can see the tiny speck of light. After a while, Anduin walks towards the nomadic abbey on the other side of the hill. He leaves Laterano and never turns back. No one counts his sins. No one laments the scores of the past. No one sees him off. No one knows of his departure. There is nothing in his heart that needs a resolution. He caresses an aged book and keeps walking until he is no more than a tiny point in the vast wilderness. The martyr shall find final rest at the end of a long journey. Until then, he shall not rest. Man. Man. So at least, right? It's not a completely things are not completely horrible, right? If Anduin's words are true, then a new law indeed has happened. And it did give a halo to the newborn baby. Maybe in some way, maybe this could be considered that Anduin in some way have reached. There is a possibility for the salvation of all races and creatures that Anduin has always strived for, even if it was just a way of giving himself relief. Alright, let's end this. MTSD4 Voyage. We pray for the future. We walk towards our destined reunion. We are not alone. Yes, I want to know about Priestess. You have determined that the momentous migration has come to a conclusion in reality. That conclusion has been mapped into the space you're in. The rift that looks as if it has been plowed open by a catastrophe bisects the plaza. In front of the basilica, by the rift, there's an even more eye-grabbing pit. Ugly scars in what should have been a city trapped in stasis. The ring-shaped machine sits silent within. Did the PCS system crash? You look at Priestess, She remains calm, as if she does not care about what has happened in the slightest. You feel uneasy. Analysis complete. 10 standard seconds ago, at least 2 massive explosions took place in the Basilica Plaza. I'm certain the instigators were executed in a silver-haired sancta. The constant flickering on the freeze frames by the explosion point are proof enough. The programmatic bombs we helped exugate make worked. The machine structure shouldn't have been that weak. We can't pat ourselves on the back just yet, Doctor. Priestess still hasn't made her next move. I need a way to stop her from changing the situation no matter what. Sorry, Doctor. I should have come alone to carry out this mission. I never should have let you take on this risk. You're used to standing in front of me by now, monster. Thanks. Huh? This might not be as bad as you think. I can verify Priestess' condition. Her condition? You walk past Monster towards Priestess. Monster immediately tenses up, and she pulls on your arm. Doctor! Don't worry. Trust me. After a brief moment of hesitation, she lets go, but decides to stick close to you as you walk ahead. You stand shoulder to shoulder with Priestess. The city's scars are rather inharmonious. You have allowed these redundant parameters to mix with your data. These unremarkable strings ultimately cause the entire program to crash, Kiru. There is no guaranteeing a language will operate in eternal perfection. I know what you want to say. Even Originium, the language we created together, has limitations. It needs more time to adjust and iterate. Sometimes I cannot help but wonder if what is truly stopping Originium from reaching perfection is not a design flaw, but us. Human emotion and reason are both able to feather the development of a language. We debated this several times during the creation process, but there was never a clear winner. Luckily, we both accepted that this uncertainty exists within Originium. I don't understand your meaning. Has memory loss affected your ability to divergent thinking? I'm glad to see you so perplexed, though. It is a marked difference from how I used to communicate with Kiru. Perfection implies a strict upper bound. Flaw, on the other hand, means we still have the chance for a breakthrough. This was Kiru's stance on the matter. When the crisis we must resolve is still inexplicable, chasing perfection will only lead us to our graves. No, this has nothing to do with the current circumstances. You can't change the situation. This is different from our first encounter on the deck. When did you figure it out? Just now. You could have stopped the programmatic bombs from detonating. You could have used Originium to close the rift. You could have left the Saints trapped in the maze. So she has no power here. Theoretically, it would have been easy for you to do that. It's like when you awaken in the ruins, in the ruined front roadside. You didn't eliminate Monster and me from the get-go. You got problems of your own. That much is obvious, Kiru. But only now have you mustered up the courage to stand by me. I had hoped the one standing by my side could have peacefully shared in the solitude that took root deep in our thoughts during our long hibernations. It's a shame you can't do that. We are not as we were in the past. Far too much has happened since, has it not? You really haven't hid anything from me. You're still curious about me? This monster no longer has any limitations on her. You can clear up some of your confusion. You fear Kiro will learn the truth in the AMN 10. To be honest, I would much rather Kiro come to me in person, like earlier. My days in the sarcophagus were excruciating. It was as if my thoughts were floating through a fetid morass, wherein I lost all sense of the flow of time. My only consolation was the never-ending loop of debates seared into our minds, though not to reassure me of our shared vision. I've never once doubted my path. Through debates, I got my only chance to communicate with a certain someone again. I'm not demanding you understand everything on my mind right away. Before the final day comes, you can continue to walk the path you believe in. Your disagreements are destined to continue, even if you no longer remember that one's reasons for disagreeing with me. I look forward to seeing how your beloved Terra can prove to me that your struggle still has some value, the way the people of Laterano just did. But there is something else I am equally certain of. Oracle will return. So Kiro, I will wait for you. As she looks out at the city devoid of life, she sighs. At times, I think that they are far too like us. If you had enough time, perhaps. She begins to fade away. Yes, I can indeed restore AMN 10. If you are determined to see it done, make a wish to Originium. Later. I will hear your voice. Priestess vanishes without a trace. Your target is gone. There is only silence. Absolute silence. You and Monster are the only ones left trapped inside this colorless ghost town. She's gone. I guess that's it then? Perhaps. The Sanctas resolved their crisis by themselves. I've also confirmed Priestess's current condition. Her loss of control over Originium is more serious than we thought. That's really important information, Doctor. While we can't be sure how long she will need to get back to normal, at the very least we have a chance to stop her. Oh, right. She mentioned Kaltsit earlier. I don't trust her, Monster. We shouldn't wish upon Originium, even if it's for Kaltsit. I know. I don't approve of using her methods to bring back Kaltsit either. She inflicted grievous wounds on Rhodes Island and Laterano. Every time she appears, she drops something mind-blowing on us, and then points towards some even more unknowable crisis. I don't understand her at all. I've been searching a long time now. We have our own methods. We are going to be setting out on a really long road, aren't we? You finally notice what's odd about Monster. Your enemy has retreated, the crisis has passed, but the young woman, normally so lively and energetic, does not smile like she usually does. She even looks somewhat solemn. Monster hasn't been reconstructed for very long. You still haven't gotten completely used to her new appearance, nor has she had the time to adapt to the changes in her body, or the loss that cuts her to the bone. She has been throwing into mission after mission far too quickly, rebuilding Rhodes Island, saving Laterano. Perhaps it has taken up until now for her to finally have the chance to speak her mind. No need to be so optimistic, monster. Don't give up. I will bring back Kaltzit. I will also protect Amiya and you too. Monster looks up at you all of a sudden, interrupting your train of thoughts. I haven't forgotten what Kaltzit told me. If the outcome I fear most does come to pass, if the one I least want to see stands in front of us once more, protect the doctor, protect Amiya. I will engrave this directive into your basic behavioral strategy matrix. Eternal life is destined to be eternally lonely. I have tasted it. You can walk alone, monster. Listen to me, monster. You look at her, and slowly you begin to speak. You haven't been in your reconstructed body for very long. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Kaltzit wouldn't want her hopes to turn into chains. I think you're misunderstanding something, Doctor. I've always remembered how, when I awoke, you just turned around and walked away after giving me a welcome back. Oh, sorry, monster. It's fine, it's fine. I needed time to get used to not being a symbiotic relationship after thousands of years, and you needed time to accept the loss of someone you have fought beside for such a long time. And now, we're both standing here, right in front of one another. We have already known each other for quite a while, haven't we, Doctor? Under the cannon fire of Londinium, deep inside the secret caverns of the Sarkas, below the tail of that giant ring flying into the sky of Trimonts, and Milarian's Sophon Theatron. Kaltzit was there for all of those, which means I was too. It's not like I've only started to follow her orders to understand you and Rhodes Island when she left us. Becoming Rhodes Island operator, putting up a fight against our creator, protecting Amiya, protecting you. These were my decisions as well. And what I have been doing all along. Silence. You look at Monster. The silence links the two of you. Then count me in, Monster. We will bring Kaltzit back. We will walk to the end of this uncharted road. Eternal life is destined to be eternally lonely, but thankfully, we do not walk alone on the journeys we take. Even if all life is saved of Colin, even if all things fade away into nothingness. We must walk onwards together. This is what she hoped for. Oh. What's wrong? Got another question to ponder? What's with the luck? The counseling session is over, Commander. No problems here. I just had to come up with a way to get out of this blasted place, and I will need your help. According to Priestess, there should be a space created by that machine after you connected to Originium. Some kind of model based on the future. So there's a relation to Originium's properties here. We can try cracking these abnormal nodes. Abnormal nodes? Ah, you mean the parts with damage mapped onto them? the restriction on the connection between you and the machine should be gone, right? Yep, I can sense its signal, though it's getting weaker by the second. I'll try re-establishing the connection. But what then? Give requesting refactory of the abnormal nodes. Use up the last of its computing power. Shouldn't be too difficult for me when Priestess isn't meddling with things. Routing through city communication post backdoor access port. Special privileges AMN 10. Temporary access credentials El Caro 001 Oracle. Decoding complete. Authentication passed. Connected. PCS system. Thinking computational radiation link. Warning. Core frequency too low. Diagnostic complete. Refactoring abnormal nodes. Color seeps out of this colorless ghost town. It starts from the streets to the right of the Tower of Revelations, and then through the Notorial Hall and firearms workshops in Paganus Michelin, to the Sunset Chapel in Pagus Saint Marcel, and then all the way to the chapel square. Noise returns to the holy city. It is the sound of the Laterans offering a prayer to life. The color is back? Let's go, monster. Not going to say hi to Exige? No need to hurry up before her reunion with family and friends. We need to update the ship on what happened here in Laterano. Krista's disappearance will only be temporary. She will make her next move soon. Our mission isn't over yet. Transfiguration suspended. Set of directives assigned by personnel with relevant privileges has been completed. Beginning system shutdown timer. I have checked your low-level codes. Aside from the adjustments I made during maintenance, you have performed a lot of self-upgrades and iterations within a short period of time. Was this still not enough for your self-repair functions to fix your logic vulnerability? Negative. Vulnerability has been patched. Paradox has been corrected. I had great interest in the results of your self-iteration. It seems you mistakenly identified yourself as that vulnerability, that paradox. Was it a side effect of the overclocking, or did you lack your maintenance and long-term data transfer with the Sanctus pollute your database? If I had more data, I might be able to find the answer. It's a shame the resources I can allocate will not be enough to give you a complete restart. Otherwise, a command system self-negation due to its target's wishes would reignite any researcher's interest in the PCS system. If only we were still in the era when geniuses used reason and opinion to clash over their views. The ring-shaped machine does not respond. Priestess feels a hint of regret. Since I will have to choose other methods to advance the project. Many mechanical cubes come together to form an annular computational matrix, the core of the machine. They sit there in stone silence. But all of a sudden, one of the cubes began to vibrate, a metallic gleam roaming its surface once more. Soon, a faint, flickering halo begins to form. From the ruins of the PCS system, a new angel is born. It's restarted? It can't be. It didn't respond to me at all, nor does this follow the PCS system operational logic. The angel ignores Priestess, quickly ascending into the gaping hole above it, appearing without a trace soon after. A prototype angel? This system was only built to mimic the properties of angels. There was never any angel prototype sample provided when it was constructed. Newborn angel? What could this be? What is that in your hand, Lemuel? A spray can. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. That does make you think, doesn't it, Priestess? We could create a prototype angel like that. But why though? Was it the prayer? The wish, maybe? Maybe it could have been the prayer. After all, when Calf saw the PCS for the first time, he did respond it to prayer. Maybe that's what made it restart? I have given the report to the latest data from the barrier hole to Director Sadia. But there was something I noticed that got me real curious. Look, doesn't that look like some kind of strange flying object to you? Component control section is analyzing it right now. We should be hearing from them soon. A flying object that can maintain altitude close to the barrier hole would be a major discovery. The angel hovers in front of the hole in the barrier. It attempts to re-establish a connection with the individuals scattered amongst the stars. Up to no avail. All it manages to capture are the ripples left behind by energy entities as they die in the depths of space. And so, it continues to orbit across the lands, like a shooting star, destined to never fall. Oh, hello! What are you, the presence? The scent of life. This land is still young. Is its new life flourishing in the wake of the ruination? Or has the act not come for this place yet? Wasn't I swallowed up by that light? Origina has recorded your information. Originium? Before the light comes, the conclusion is still uncertain. Originium will become our home. Where is this place? Terror. We are not alone, my friends. Did you see the latest news, Miss Kokshana? Lots of mines have been shut down and they are putting troops on high alert all across the city. My parents were called in for an inspection. I can't find them. Oh no, not this guy. Stay in the classroom for now. I will help ask around for you. I am also interested in knowing what is going on. She calms the child down, and then takes the newspapers from their hands. Over a few short days, countless rumors have spread across the city. But the most alarming one is our origin plane has disappeared. If we can't get any energy out of the Mother Earth, how are we supposed to make it through the winter? Originium. I shall unravel this mystery. Only the blood burning within our breasts can see us through the winter's chill. Oh, fucking damn it. I almost forgot that this fucking guy is still alive. What the fuck are you? Once we have tied things up here, it will do as everyone knew about Gerda. Who the fuck are you? Man, I really need to read chapter 15. There's so many things I don't know about. Thank you for your help. Good thing you got supplies for your friends at the monastery. Otherwise, finding a place to stay wouldn't have gone so smoothly. We're worried you had abandoned us after heading back there. Oh, I'm sorry. The road back was rather rough going, and I heard lots of news I could barely even believe along the way. It's mighty hard to imagine, yes. The origin in veins, Laterano. The Sanctas at the monastery sure had a lot to say about your return. Wouldn't stop telling us all about it. Huh? When that calamity was going on, they wanted to go back to Laterano, but a catastrophe stopped them. Their halos were shattered, and all they could do was to stay here and pray for themselves. And for their brothers and sisters who had already left. Then you showed up right in front of them. A girl who disappeared without a trace 3 years ago. You brought them hope, Gerda. Oh my, did I? I really don't want to let everyone down. Maybe now that we have a fixed shelter, we can help even more people. But we still need to take some necessary security precautions. With us pulling out all the stops for our work, we are bound to attract people to no good. You will be in danger. Honestly speaking, we might be able to find a better way to do this. Gerda shakes her head. I need to see her. She must be somewhere here on this land. Gerda looks out into the distance. Despite knowing the vast wilderness will show her nothing in return. She sees something streaking across the sky. A shooting star? Anyway, Originian should not be a source of despair. I would like to pray for all infected who suffer. Will praying actually do anything? Maybe not. But when we pray, we will think of each other. Our bonds bind us together. We are not alone. Who the hell are you? I really need to read chapter 15. Maybe I can start reading it next weekend. After I finish the GFL2 event. The Iberian coast. A cliff by the sea. Oh god, please don't tell me it's the sea terrors. A seaborne clings tight to the sharp rocks. God fucking damn it. The sound of distant naval barrage is carried over by the sea breeze. The seaborne does not care, focusing its efforts on climbing. The seaborne finally arrives at the peak of the cliff. What greets it is a boundless expanse of dry land, and a flash of light up amidst the heavens. A shooting star? The seaborne shifts its body in confusion in response to the momentary distraction, and its appendages brush against something. A shiny black rock rolls off the cliff, dropping straight down into the ocean. The seaborne tried to see what it was. but it has already been engulfed by the billowing waves. Oh man, I don't like. Why you have to mention the sea terrors right at the end of the event? I don't like this. What is coming? And with that is the end of the story. This side story was full of revelations, wasn't it? About the law, about Christus. Man, it was so long too, but I enjoy it. It was interesting at the very least. What I'm going to do tomorrow though? Tomorrow though, I feel like I just want to take a pause. I don't think I'm going to stream tomorrow. I think I'm only going to stream again on Wednesday for reverse class, but tomorrow I want to take a break. Also, during the stream my professor messaged me, and I think it should depend. I don't know exactly what it is, but I think it would be, but it's probably something that he wants me to start working on the research papers again. I'll see how it is. Next weekend then, I think on Saturday I'm going to stream GFL2, possibly. I think the new event is going to be available by then. If not, then I can start reading Arknights chapter 15. Hopefully, with chapter 15, I will not need to do any rushing readings or long streams like this one. But then I also noticed that Wuthering Waves has a new main story quest while I was doing my dailies today. Oh god, the game crashed. Oh no, never mind. I don't know. I will see. Now then, that's everything for today. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bye.